and you get sneak damage anyways. So, which is really awesome, by the way. Let's see, player video avatar size small. I want to receive video. Getting kind of shaggy there, Smoke.
Yeah, it happens. I need a haircut and I need to shave, but that time will come on big payday. Until then, fuck it.
So a friend of mine who's been desperate to play games, tabletop games of any sort, like found another friend that was willing to host a Shadowrun game. Shadowrun is interesting. It's D6 based, just like Vampire. So the combat system and stuff makes sense to me, but it is fucking crazy.
Woof.
Yep.
Did you read it?
I'm reading it now. Okay, that first paragraph was the one I gave. Okay.
I just reworded it a little bit and then added to it. Because I was like, that's a good foundation right there. I'm going to spread onto it a little bit for my character.
Yeah, that 100% works for me. I just needed to know if there was anything else you wanted to add that was, like, interlaced, since we're, like, in the same area.
Well, I'm not really that great at kind of romanticizing a cleric.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So... At least
Trying to
I'm
laugh like
literate
Sam.
because I used the proper word. Basically, I'm not really good at making somebody who is holier than thou painted up in pretty words. So I kept it kind of...
Wait, are you Dick?
Huh?
Are you, like, actually holier than thou? Like, do you act that way?
No.
Oh,
he just cares about life.
Give me a second.
Like, read that.
No, I did. It's just, when you said holier than thou, I was like, that's somebody acting like a dick.
Cleric. Cleric.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like,
that's fine.
by the light.
How do I make people's pictures smaller on the bottom again?
I don't know.
Settings, player video avatar size.
But
all it says is top or bottom. Oh wait, that's location. I'm just a dumbass. Small. There we go.
Basically, we're from the same place, so our stories are obviously tied together.
Right.
It was a good way to do it and still leave his story kind of open to expand on if necessary.
Yeah, and it's not like we've gone on epic adventures already. We've
exactly. Like, I've literally just spent 15 years studying.
Yeah, and I've pretty much the same, except for 20.
Are you on a personal call with Smoke?
No.
You're not? Damn, I may want you to be. Smoke, is there anything about how you're going to end up playing your cleric, backstory-wise or personality, that I need to know to help you with your spells? If so...
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's
I
not
get that he's
not
good
a
guy.
quote good guy. He's an actual good guy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, see, then I may not go the inflict wounds route with him because it doesn't fit the character. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's things I need to know to be able to pick the spell slots to allow him to have a good time.
You can always message me on Discord. I will keep it open.
I'm just trying to learn about your cleric. That way I know what to provide you as far as like a spell direction.
Here. I'll send you my backstory that I have.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, that'll actually help. Thank you. I may not be able to look at it right away because party, but...
So who all are we missing?
Is Void here?
Is it just Void that's not in the voice chat? I think is that it? Waffle's not here.
Hello.
There's Void. Hey, Void.
Sup?
Hello. How are we doing today?
Excited.
There's a bit of a grammatical error that I had going on there because of how I did the first part of that. So here's it correctly, so you don't stumble on that part at the beginning, because I did.
Okay.
Oh, Void, did you go through what I sent you?
The video?
No, not the video.
Oh, which part?
I sent you chat information about my character's background story. Wanted to double check you were good with it.
Yeah, I will double check.
Okay.
I'm sure it's fine though.
I just want to double check.
Hey Smoke, send me your character's quirks. Like the drawbacks, the personality stuff.
Flaws and ideals and all that.
I forgot to fill that part out.
Question.
Good thing I asked you.
Jeremy.
Yo.
Quick question.
Yo.
By his first criminal act, did you mean to type 2 crooked tomahawks or 2 cooked tomahawks? Because you typed cooked.
Yeah.
I don't know how you like your tomahawks, but if you're talking steak.
Maybe he meant coked. Maybe they were laced with cocaine.
No. When I say
Well,
tomahawks,
he could have boiled the leather
when
wrappings to
no,
hold the hatchet in place.
when I say tomahawks, I'm talking about, you know, like those turkey legs at Renaissance fairs and shit.
Those are called drumsticks.
Those are drumsticks, brother.
Tomahawks are throwing axes. What the fuck?
I heard of this tomahawk when I was younger.
Traditionally Native American throwing axes.
I was told tomahawk when I was younger, so.
I want a fucking turkey leg.
Now I want a fucking turkey leg.
Oh, but
I
you're
didn't
thinking like a lamb shank.
Were there banjos in your childhood? Tomahawk.
God damn it.
Boy, you got a purty mouth.
You know that was filmed literally 30 minutes for me and Smoke.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's Waffle.
Smoke, you need to go into the woods and just start asking if Ned Beatty's there.
What do you mean?
My sister
He's the guy in Deliverance.
My sister cousin's gonna love you.
Filmed on the Ocoee.
God damn it.
Oh, yeah.
Deliverance was filmed on the Ocoee River, like right there.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Ocoee.
Okay, so all I gotta say is I better not be alone in doing voices for characters here.
Are you guys streaming yet?
I will be doing voices for my character as well.
Okay, good.
I figured it's a good
Yes.
time to start doing it. Yes, I am.
Okay. Here, type it to me. Or, yeah, here, just come over here and say it.
We can do anything we set our mind to, guys. Believe it.
Dot the bio. I love how that's literally the English translation when that's not what it means at all.
Is she?
It's literally just a nonsensical phrase like,
Believe it.
What's the country next to Bleak? Roar.
God
Or
damn it. God damn it.
And no, that's not spelled R-A-W-R. Sorry for all you who had hope.
It's French. It's Rore.
You don't know. That's where all the fairy dragons come from.
Rore.
That just sounds like a really suave dragon bard said it.
That's why I said it's French. It's actually Rore.
Rore.
I like some free Ys.
Can you read that?
The one you sent me?
Did you read that, Void?
What you sent me?
Yes.
I will look over it in a second. Demon sent me a literal novel.
And yes,
Sorry. I mean, it's not as bad as what Teeps did for my campaign.
No, it's fine. It's just, within
Hey.
the next, 10 minutes, I'm just gonna be reading over some of this stuff.
I'm just giving you shit, Teeps. Mine is probably a quarter of what you wrote on your masterpiece.
I actually made that up in like 20 minutes.
Seriously?
Yeah, for the most part.
God damn, dude, you write fucking fast.
So...
I mean, like I said, you can do whatever you want, buddy.
Yeah.
If I need to change anything, let me know.
So Smoke just shot me his fucking character sheet. I looked at it and immediately had a thought, so I had to message him. I'm like, hey.
Hi.
I can imagine that's him.
Yeah.
I'm kind of excited about this, Nick.
Well, you should be.
I mean, considering Void has now changed to something, I'm like, ooh, the master is at work.
Ba ba da ba ba.
Oh, that didn't say.
I haven't heard Smoke laugh yet, so I don't know.
Too much.
Oh, is it?
Just a little too much.
See, the way you pitched that at me, I was just like, oh my god, it's glorious.
I mean, yes, but no. That could fuck the party.
Okay. Can I tell everyone what that idea is?
Yes.
So I was talking to Smoke and I looked over his character sheet and I'm like, hey, so you have to help people that need your help, right? And you're like 100% pro-life. So what if you guys get to a boss and you see that the boss has gotten beaten up and he's like pretty banged up?
Oh,
You can't help, but to help him and heal him because you're pro-life.
oh, that would definitely fuck the party over.
Yeah.
Look,
It's
some
okay.
things just
You
need
can
killing.
Specify doing non-lethal damage.
I'm just gonna punch him till he falls asleep.
Walk up to the boss. Hey, does this smell like chloroform?
No, it smells like almonds.
It's fine.
Seriously,
Sorry,
buddy,
guys.
you pick the worst times.
We will start up here in a minute here, guys. Just get comfortable, get relaxed, get warmed up.
I'm
Get your
drinking
voices
my
online.
alcohol as we speak.
Just don't get too hammered.
I'd never get hammered, you know that.
Just
Hammer
making sure,
time.
bud. You were
Then
excited,
why are
so
you
I don't want you to get too over
Well,
enthusiastic.
Demon, you do get hammered. You just don't make a habit of it.
No, I actually haven't got hammered since the first time I got drunk, and that was back
Exactly.
in Montana. Once.
Exactly. You get hammered, but you just don't make a habit of it.
I get buzzed. I get a nice good buzz, and we good for the rest of the night.
Working on that myself.
Oh, Void. I have
Yes.
a question. The gnomish passive tinker says I'm like proficient with tinker's tools, but it does not give me what I use for the check.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You came in a little quiet on my end.
The gnomish ability tinker, they specify that you're proficient with tinker's tools, but I don't see anywhere that says what skill tinker's tools use.
So that's more my
maybe-
preference. I would say Tinker's Tools is dexterity because you're using your hands to put something together, or intelligence.
I figured dexterity.
Tinkering tools doesn't actually use either one. It gives you proficiency with the toolkit itself, which then gives you access to the things you can use a tinkering kit for. AKA, I play gnomes a lot.
Basically, what bonus would I add aside from proficiency when using tinker's tools?
You don't, because Tinker Tools is only for your 1 hour crafting time of it, so there's no bonus. It is either a succeed or fail via the DM.
Okay.
You have to use your kit to choose what you're crafting. It's up to the DM to decide whether you succeed or not. But either way, you have to use an hour or 10 gold, or I think it's an hour and 10 gold to be able
10
to
gold
craft
for
whatever.
fails. Yeah. And I was just curious because it didn't specify.
Yeah, no, I play gnomes a lot. I fucking love them. Like, gnome is my favorite race. I love tinkering. Oh, man. I've done some neat shit with tinkering. There's about 5 people in this voice chat that can validate that.
Sorry, I'm posting me is what we're talking about. So Void, are you changing it in the sending me it to it in the Discord, or are you putting it actually in my character sheet?
I'm changing it. I'll send it to you here in just a second.
Oh, okay.
I was working on an NPC sheet for tonight at the same time.
Okay, sorry.
Because that was one thing I was kind of slacking on.
Oh no, you're fine. Trust me, you're not the only one. You have no idea how many times I made a freaking NPC sheet out the bat that night. Hey, Seth, I'm gonna send you something. And Teeps, because you both are into this, so.
Question to you on Discord, Smoke. You'll understand this question because of our Jimmy days.
Right.
You're familiar with both aspects, I think. Even if only through RP.
You can't have your mother until you ate your meat. Sorry, I'm talking in another Discord chat at the same time.
Nice. Space Corona. It's Space Gazuber!
Okay. 1,000? Yeah. I got you. I might be there, but I honestly, I forgot D&D was 2 hours earlier than normal. Our D&D time's 9 p.m. now on Eastern. Brew.
Ooh.
Brew.
This is a no ooh zone. It's a $500 fine.
I need to make that a sign.
It is a sign.
Oh,
Is your sign.
No huggy wuggies.
no.
This is a huggy wuggy free zone.
Huggy wuggy choo choo train.
Oh my, what's this?
There you go. It's in the lobby.
What do we have here? Ooh.
It's got a tag Johnny in that one.
Pee pee in my
That's
mouth.
also true.
Woo woo.
Let's have a look-see.
Got him.
There we go. Double tag.
Okay.
Thank you, boy. Come back.
Well, not exactly how I suspected to start that, but
Let's try this.
no. No, we won't. Anyway,
I didn't realize this was the ASMR sis.
shut up. Okay,
Shit, you
so
hosting here.
I'm
Nick, I
An
just sent you the
ASMR
changes.
unboxing video.
I am sorry. I just sent the changes for you, just so you know.
Okay, guys. I have
Yeah.
a starting party goal. This will happen eventually. All right.
Go.
We need to have a party mascot.
God fucking damn it.
That can be
And-
arranged.
I have a suggestion to throw in the hat for consideration. We should definitely go to the Feywild and find ourselves an owlbear.
I was thinking we could have a little baby dragon
Baby dragon.
that's like the size of our palm, and carries a single gold coin for its hoard and is traded back and forth with its coin.
See, here's the thing. I don't know how having dragons as pets would go over in this world.
There's such a thing as pseudo dragons.
True, but I'm still fairly confident it probably wouldn't go over well.
I mean, ask our almighty DM.
As a companion, sure. As a pet, probably not.
I said party mascot. That could still be a companion. It's just the mascot. Kind of like how Kaka was in our last campaign.
Or like Shira.
Yeah, party mascot.
I would say I could also use Find Familiar, and we could have Familiar as our party pet.
Are you fucking kidding me? I still get mad at Boyd for not fucking using the imp that he tamed and fucking.
I didn't tame it, man. She
No.
did not want that.
You did a fucking blood pact, and now you have
No,
it. and
it
you
did a blood
refuse
pact with her.
She did not want it.
God damn.
Yeah, it chose for them. Like, as you guys were deciding, it was like, you know what, that one, and was like,
But it's not even able to make that choice. Fucking Valendra had to goddamn be okay with it before it could join a pact.
yeah.
So that's bullshit.
Before you could join the pact.
Well,
So guess what? Valendra said okay to imp, so it's her friend now. Use it.
I never said okay.
I can't remember how that works. Or I can't remember how I made it work at the time. I can't remember the role play that happened there. I can't remember the specifics. Void, we may have to talk sometime.
You know what? Maybe we don't need that. Maybe he doesn't need an imp. Because if Valendra has an imp and then it dies like fucking Gratch died, we're gonna have just a world of shit all over again.
Hold on. Who died?
The little flying pseudo dragon from Demon's campaign.
So that
Oh,
wasn't.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm talking
called Gratch. Its name wasn't Gratch.
Gren.
Us.
Gratch is the name of my black dragon.
Oh, oops.
You said Gratch died. I was like, time out. We haven't even played.
Excuse me,
what?
pardon me, since when, why?
It died of boredom.
Okay, but yeah, when
No, he's like a Neopet. He just died because you didn't feed him.
Or clean
God
up
damn
after him.
it.
Oh shit! I have a graveyard of Neopets.
Oh, God.
Long enough.
Oh, but
It died in the pen of its own feces.
The second that fucking pseudo dragon died, though, you got fucking Kaw over here losing her shit, ripping down entire buildings and cities. You're just like, do we really want that in the other campaign? Some poor thing that we get attached to dies, and then we just blow the world to shit. We're about to have a flying gunship that shoots magic bullets. Are you kidding me? We could totally destroy the world.
He's not wrong.
Wait, flying gunship. When was that discussed?
A while ago.
While we were saving the gnomes, you remember me selling them the Jimmy sticks?
Yeah.
It was
Well-
for a gunship that flies.
All of the Jimmy sticks that they're selling to their people, I get paid, I think like 3 or 5% royalties on, and they're
Yeah, I
keeping-
remember that deal. Fuck off, asshole.
Yeah,
You manipulative son of a bitch. You almost got that poor bastard demoted and his family fucking thrown out on this bottom level of society.
8%.
These are gnomes, man. You know better than to fuck with their bottom line.
Damn.
Alright,
All right, everyone.
I was gonna
All
say,
right,
are we good to go?
Everyone? Center. We are preparing to start up. Okay. Who did we lose?
I have no idea.
Not me.
Oh,
Paul's still here.
ah, that's who we lost.
God damn it.
Okay.
I don't know why it does that.
Me neither. You're in a shit spot, Cat.
So, the year is 842 AC, standing for After Calamity.
After colony?
After Calamity.
Assassin's Creed.
After colony 195.
Anal
Got it.
condom.
I was thinking like Anal Crusher.
Can you, Void, can you say the year again?
842 AC, standing for After Calamity.
I thought it was actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
God damn it.
Now that's a scary thought.
Oh, God.
The year has been very, very rough for almost every center or every part of the world. In the current state of things, the Pradian Empire is beginning its long-promised quest to crush and dominate every bit of Calesia known to man. They have started from the centermost part of the world, or the southern centermost part of the world, just below the equator, and have flourished, dominating every country, colony, tribe, city, and village in its path, bringing them to heel under the rule of their new emperor. Their technology is advanced, unseen before human eyes, and devastating, according to that which you have heard from your respective parts of the world. Rumors spread quickly about how their fierce conquest has brought to heel some of the most fearsome and noble of adventurers, veterans of military forces, and even some powerful entities that you may have heard of in legend, and confirming them as both reality and confirming the power of the Empire as a long-standing threat. Currently, their conquest is halted on 4 fronts as they begin to expand out towards the greater areas of the world. Those fighting them have been struggling, and in better essence, beginning to get pushed back. It seems that global conquest is nigh inevitable at this point. But for those of you who are less informed, the world continues on as it always has. Fractured and filled with mysteries yet to be tamed and riches yet to be sought and lives yet to be achieved. Dreams yet to be fulfilled. Long ago, the first deities fought for your dreams and succeeded in securing the seed of the world and bestowing it onto men. Several races emerged from the onslaught between the first deities and the greatest of elder powers, the Great Old Ones, who seized the world before them and claimed it as their own sanctuary, dividing it up amongst themselves. The battle between the first deities and the Great Old Ones lasted centuries, far beyond any time of human recollection. Before any humanoid race ever came into existence outside of the first deities, there was only the war. The war to start all wars, which seem far more common now and far less deadly and corrosive. No war has ever fractured the world in its entirety like the Great War. The world was fractured so severely, in fact, that part of the world that was once there is now floating dead in the far eastern hemisphere of the entire planet. A constant reminder to those who dare to approach it of the cost of greed, murderous intent, and the all too lofty promise of domination. And yet
Sorry.
still the world goes on. You're fine. We begin our story before the sun rises. In a dark room on the westernmost ocean, aboard a traveling ship. The flags raised overhead display the colors of a familiar patron deity to all. The indomitable flag of the Platinum Dragon, Bahamut. The waves sway the boat to and fro gently. The sea has been mostly calm for the duration of the night. A small, dimly lit lantern sways back and forth on its chain attached to the high-standing, not high-standing, I'm thinking of the word, I lost it. The nail over the wall, over the door.
Huh? No.
Two figures lay sleeping quietly in their hammocks. One on each side of the room. Smoke, Lisa, would you like to introduce your characters?
Oh, are we sleeping?
Oh wait, I forgot that part. Oops. A
we
small
all on a
jostle
boat?
of the ship. No, a small jostle of the ship. Just a small catches you all awake. It shakes the boat enough to stir your hammocks, which are very thin and only used for light sleeping. They shake your hammocks vigorously. The faintest breeze almost shaking them naturally during the night. You are both suddenly caught groggy, this foul sea air taste in your tongue and in the roof of your mouth. The salt just hitting you right in the back of your throat from the air. Would you two now like to introduce your characters?
Sure. Are we beneath the deck?
You are. You are in a crew quarters.
Okay. Smoke, do you want to go?
Go first. Go ahead.
Okay. I kind of snort for a second and look around and give a look to all the other people in the ship and kind of sigh and slide out of the hammock. I'm pretty fucking tall for well, I guess I would be normal sized. I'll think about it. Anyway, she's a rather tall, 6'10", almost 7 feet. Golden dragonborn. And as I make my way through the crew quarters, I go up to the deck and trying not to disturb anyone on my way, and take a breath of fresh air away from the scent of bodies long been cooped up in the same place. That's probably what I do. I just go up there and catch a breath of fresh air and see where our heading. Like maybe if I could see anything on the horizon yet, or if we were just still on the way to where we were going.
First official roll of the game. Make a perception check. It's a nat 20.
She's-
What a way
she's
to
very
start the
clever.
game.
You see God himself.
That is the only natural 20 we'll see for the rest of the night. Thank you so much.
You stare him down and catch each other in a nod and say, "What's up?"
Suddenly Bahamut comes, lands in front of you. Good job, Pat. Pat leaves. No, I'm leaving.
You look out over the side of the boat, standing beside a few cannons which have been placed for the protection of the ship, or for the sake of the protection of the ship. You immediately notice that there's hardly any crew there. The only person there seems to be a very, very sleepy, a very, very sleepy quartermaster who's just not been watching over the quarter while everybody's sleeping because there's no reason to. And he's just sort of at the helm, just sort of like half asleep. He's like, and he just goes right back to leaning on the steering wheel, and he's just like not even remotely there mentally. He's just driving this boat amidst blue. He's a human. He's got dirty brown hair, a dirty face just from working down below. He's got like soot and cannonball residue on him from lifting up all the crates of cannonballs downstairs and moving it somewhere else. He's got gunpowder on him.
What
He's
you're
just-
telling me
he's
is he's flammable.
He's very flammable, but he doesn't seem to give a shit because he's in the middle of the ocean. But he's just sitting there, like half there, not there. He's still trying to pay attention, but it's clearly the lack of sleep after driving all night has just sort of been getting to him a little bit.
Gee.
Other than that, there are other crewmen who are walking around, fixing small little things here and there, like lifting barrels and moving them and tying them down after moving around all night and not having to do it. It looks like the early morning crew. As you move up to the starboard side of the ship to look out over the horizon, you get a few nods of respect from the crewmen who have been tasked to charter you guys a ship to Irvine. You're heading. They treat you well. They give you the due respect for being a member of the clergy. And
I
as
nod
you move,
back kindly.
Hmm?
I nod back kindly with like smiles, and
She's giving him some good.
even though I'm still kind of like rubbing at my eyes now and then.
right.
Stretching.
Shortly after she goes up deck, my character composes himself well enough to go up to the top and see if there's anybody who needs any healing.
Would you mind giving a description of your character?
Very common looking human, brown hair, brown eyes, clericy.
How tall? How much does he weigh? What is he wearing?
He's like 5'7".
Do you have like the friar
Pretty
horseshoe? Is that what's going on?
No,
Little bald spot at the back on
no.
purpose.
I'm not friar.
Brother Smoke.
Father Flame.
Are you you guys have not changed into your armor? You guys are just in your common clothes as you woke up in
Right.
more comfortable apparel.
Right, just the stuff I wear underneath my armor.
Because of the manner in which we were awakened, I would have taken the time to put my stuff on.
Okay, so that's why you're a little later than her, because you took time to
Right.
don your armor, which took around. Well, doffing takes 5 minutes. Donning takes 10, so you're not quite here yet. But you're just putting on your armor right now.
Okay.
So, you look out over the side of the ship, as I said before, and you can begin to see the smallest beginnings of shimmering over the glistening blue expanse before you. As this beginning, the top of the sun that you can see rising over the side just begins to peek over and illuminate the ocean with its light. You came right as dawn was beginning to rise and night had officially slipped away. It's still rather dark out. It's not entirely bright yet because the sun is not fully up, but you can begin to see the sun illuminating the ocean before you. There's nothing around you yet. It's just water, the ocean. There's a small, gentle sea breeze that's catching the back of your frilled head, running through your scales.
I kind of toss my head back and forth, enjoying the breeze. I taste the salt on my tongue before looking around, seeing if there's anything that needs done. If not, I will make my way back down to officially wake up for the day and do my morning activities.
You look around for just a second, and you see one of the ship hands, one of the crewmen, trying to lift up what looks to be, or not lift up. He seems to be pulling at the rope to make sure it's tied down. Just making sure that everything is okay, and he spots you looking around trying to look for something to do, and he's like, "Oi! Looking bored there? Wanna lend us a hand?"
She nods and immediately
Or a
goes.
claw. Or a hoof.
Of course.
Would you
All
like
right.
to lend a big toe?
Help them out, lift up the kegs and bring them down below.
I do so.
Make a strength check.
Say,
Wait, what's your class?
Allie.
Oh, you're a fucking pally. Yeah, you are strong.
Yeah, these are no problem for you. You can lift one up all on your own while there's like 2 guys tending to 1 barrel.
I go over to the barrels and smile at the guys and lean over and pick one up and look around to see if there's anything else that needs to be picked up as well.
Nothing yet. There are a few other barrels that they appear to be like amassing towards the door leading down below deck.
Can I pick up multiple barrels to help them?
Make a strength check with disadvantage
Why disadvantage?
because she's trying to carry more than one. You try to grasp it, and you're like getting your arm around it, but the weight is just a lot. Just even with that, this one feels heavier than the first one you're trying to lift. Must be
Okay.
filled with something different. So you just set it down and you fail to lift it.
All right, I continue on my way and then come back and grab that one.
That'll do. And in the meantime, Smoke. Marius is fully donned his armor.
Yes.
He is awake. What do you do?
I head up deck, see if anybody needs any healing. Do I need to make a perception check?
Yeah, just make a quick one.
There is perception. There you are.
Okay. You're able to stop yourself just in time as you begin to turn the corner to head up deck, and up the stairs to get up towards the main poop deck. You're getting ready to go up there, and just as you're turning the corner to leave out of your room and get up the stairs, you hear the thud of people coming down the stairs with something heavy sounding, and you step aside quickly as the crewmen who are lifting that barrel begin to come down the stairs. They look over at you. "Oh, sorry, just taking this back," and they just continue moving back further into the crew quarters, looking to be taking it to a specific room.
Not trying to interfere with their productivity, I just kind of step out of the way and continue up deck.
Right. You pass them, and right as you get to the top, you see your familiar golden friend just beginning to lift up her first barrel because she stopped to try and pick up the second one. You didn't see her try and bite off more than she can chew, but you're getting up there just to see her as she's about to go down and follow the guys.
I do take the time to stop her.
Okay.
Siri, have you figured out what that loud jostling noise was that woke us up?
Morning, and I was just assuming it was the ocean.
Oh. Well, this is my first time out of the temple in forever. I don't know what it's like to be on a boat, so I thought we were under attack or something.
Oh goodness, not that I saw or anything. I did have a look around. The sunrise was nice. It was very beautiful this morning.
Huh.
It's so fresh, not like down below, of course. Now I'm going to carry this one barrel, not two, but one, down to the bottom, and come back and get this one.
Okay.
I carry the barrel.
I just kind of enjoy the morning air.
It's nice. It's refreshing. It's got that obvious familiar sea breeze which you've gotten accustomed to over the past few days. During your travel from O'Leary, more specifically the holy city of Bahamut, which you are just voyaging from, You've had a very long and arduous journey around the entire side of the continent. It has been different for you specifically just because of your lack of experience on the ocean. Mostly you've been trying to lend a hand here and there, making sure that everybody's doing all right. You've healed a few minor injuries, such as someone getting rope burn from one of the ropes snapping, someone dropping a barrel on their foot, someone accidentally conking someone on top of the head with a box or something when they were making a hard turn. And even once you stopped a fight, or you and Siri both stopped a fight, and you healed the person who got decked on the ship. Tensions just seem to be rising amidst the crew members, who seem to be less formal than you and her, as they are not technically of the clergy. They're just crewmen, seamen, just trying to make a living for themselves out of your city. I know what I said.
Seaman on the poop deck.
Anyway,
Seaman on the poop deck.
that's about all. You're amidst the bustle of the crew as they're just doing their morning routine.
Still kind of in awe of the world, having the past that I've had and the 15 years in the temple studying. My character is still just kind of in shock of how big everything really is.
It's beautiful, like the expanse of the ocean, the glimmering of the sun rising over the waves. It's really just like a sparkling expanse of stars, except literally 20 feet below you. And you've only seen it obviously in the sky anywhere else because you haven't left the city before. You've seen water lit by, or the water of the city lit by moonlight, only because typically you're not used to rising this early in the temple. They'd drill you, but they'd never like wake you up at the crack of dawn and do it. They usually wait for sun to be up, and the entire city is just bustling and awake by the time that you're up. But never this early, and never amidst an entire ocean. Sorry, you taking your stock downstairs?
Yes.
All right. You see where the other two crewmen are going. They seem to be going to what looks to be a back room that leads off of a back room that's sort of like a stock room, a supply room. But there's a door, like a hatch, at the other side of the ship, where you would like expect to see or where because you're on the ship, is where you would enter and leave off of a ramp once you reach support. This is where you came onto the boat from, because they lower a ramp down for you, and you'd walk across the gangplank and make your way up into the boat. It seems like they're preparing some of these supplies to be transported off the ship,
Okay.
and you are able to follow along behind them if you like. They hold the door open for you.
I do. And I thank them.
Oh, it's no problem. You can just set your stock down right there, and whenever we're ready to disembark, if you would like to help us again, you can take that same barrel off the ship. We'll be bringing it into port, where I guess will be somewhat of our tribute for them allowing us support at Irevane.
She smiles happily and tries to sit it down as gently as possible.
You do. With your past strength check, you were able to just get it down as comfortably as you like.
All right. I go
All right.
to get the other barrel.
Still more work to be done, lads. Let's go get it done. And
Oh wait. I first really quick. Well, not really quick. I go and situate myself. Finishing waking up and putting on my accoutrement.
What kind of armor do you wear?
I am not sure. Where do I find that?
It's under your gear.
chainmail? I didn't.
Chainmail.
It didn't let me pick it, so I'm not sure if I could pick anything different than that. But
Mm,
I went through the character create thing when I was making the thing.
mm-hmm. So it takes you a good 8-10 minutes to get that chainmail on. Everything's fully loaded up. It's heavier than typical armor, so you're just getting it on.
Alright.
You and Marion both.
Marius.
Marius, sorry, not Marion. You and Marius both have on your pauldrons and on your do you have shields, both of you?
Mm,
Yes.
Okay. On your shields and on your pauldrons over your shoulders, and if you have a cape, on your cape, you are bearing the crest of the Platinum Dragon. Rather the Mercurian Order of which you serve.
alright. Oh. I make
You
sure.
don your armor.
Sorry, go ahead.
After the 10 minutes has passed, you don your armor.
Alright. I make sure that it looks all appropriate, properly paladin-y.
Right.
I make my way back upstairs to grab the other barrel if it hasn't already been grabbed.
You begin to make your way upstairs. Everybody is seeming to be getting up along with you now. As you're going through the halls, you're seeing all the other crewmen who were sleeping and making their way, or you see all the crewmen who were sleeping making their way out of their rooms, tying their bandanas over their head for the workday. Some of them are carrying like a holy symbol, like a necklace of the Platinum Dragon, and over their necks. Others are carrying familiar symbols that uh, would make you believe that they are worshippers of other approved deities in the city that you are from, aka other gods of justice and light and goodness.
Right.
You begin to make your way up, and I need both of you and Marius to make me perception checks.
Alright.
Smoke just told me something on Discord, made me giggle.
Your armor weighs down my perception. That's
You're not up there yet, so you don't hear much of anything. You're just blissfully waking up and making your way
Life is
down.
good. Nothing could happen today, guys. Let's have a barbecue.
Yeah, exactly. You're just cheek to cheek smile. No, nothing going through your head other than getting through the workday. So, Marius, on the other hand, you notice and hear from behind you a scrambling sound of rope getting messed with. You turn and look towards the direction of the sound, and you can see the spotter coming down from the crow's nest in a panic because he's just making his way down super fast. He's not even bothering to like swing down the rope. He almost fell. You can almost see like he got caught up in the rope, but he just managed to spider climb his way out and just flip and land and roll off the side of the boat, and he doesn't even stop. He picks himself back up immediately, and he quickly runs up to the quartermaster up the side stairs that lead up to the where the wheel is, and he like shakes him to get his attention. He's like, "Fucking what? I mean, what?" And then he immediately, this spotter takes him to the back of the ship, and they go out of sight.
So that I don't get a chance to run up and try and heal him.
I mean, you try, but he seems just to be like determined. He didn't even see you. He just blew right past you.
I'm like, okay, he doesn't need me. Scared me. Thought he needed some healing.
He looked fine from what you could tell with your passive perception. Like he just took a tumble. He like flipped off the back of the net, right? Like the net leading down from the mizzen mast. he came down from that, and he landed on the net, like on the back of his shoulders and his neck, and then he tumbled down onto the deck itself, onto his butt, and he's like, ah. And he just like gasped, and he's like, "Oh shit, I fell!" And then it didn't even like register for like half a second before he got back up and he ran up the stairs towards the quartermaster. Do you do anything outside of trying to heal him or stop him?
No, no. He seems fine, so I just let him be.
Okay,
I go to try and heal him, but if he just goes off before I get to him, fuck it.
fair
He's
enough.
okay enough to be all right.
Yeah. So he just blew past you, and and around that time, like just as they go out of sight, Suri comes back up the stairs with a bit of the crew behind her, waking up, yawning, looking otherwise unaware.
I turn to her and I'm like, this man just tumbled out of the ropes up there, and I thought he was wounded, but he just got up and scurried off.
Kind of furrow my brow. Where did he stumble to?
And I point in the direction that he ran off to.
Hmm.
Should we follow him? It seemed urgent.
Hmm.
Like maybe we're nearing land or something.
Oh, that would be good. Yes, let's go see what's going on.
Are you going up towards the where the quartermaster and the spotter went?
I follow Smoke's character.
I lead her to where they went.
You can see. Actually, you know what? Before I say that, make a perception check. Both of you. It's kind of hard to miss as you guys get up onto the top deck where the wheel is, the wheel deck. I'm not even sure if that's called. People are probably cringing in the chat if they know their pirate ships and I don't.
Pretty sure it's called forward deck, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, the foredeck.
4 is front, aft is back.
Okay, so the aft deck,
Well, it'd be the rear deck.
rear deck.
The stern or the aft is the very back of the ship. The bow is the front of the ship.
So it would be the stern then.
Well, it wouldn't be the stern deck; it'd just be the rear deck.
Yeah. Alright.
Because the stern references like the back panel of the hull itself.
Oh, so the poop deck is where the wheel is. So yeah, you guys are now officially on the poop deck.
Yes.
So you're up there with them, and immediately as soon as you see them, because they're kind of mumbling to each other and pointing out towards the back of the ship, you can look almost immediately where the spotter's pointing and the quartermaster's just kind of. Sorry, excuse me, I had to burp. He's kind of like doming his hands over his brow, shielding the sun out of his eyes as it's kind of rising up higher over the side of over the horizon. And you can see a little ways behind you now this shadowing mass that's just coming into the light behind you. And it seems to be just breaking from this or from beneath this cloud, which is obscuring your view of it entirely. It is another boat. And this boat is far different from yours. It seems to, instead of having like that typical transport ship, military transportation ship like build, the galleon build, you see that it has something a bit more simplistic but sturdy and like lower to the ocean floor kind of deal. You can see a mass of these massive paddles just Viking style going on each side of the ship in perfect unison, just going back and forth and paddling through the water, wading through the waves and creating this sort of separating wave in itself because it's pushing so much water at the same time. And even in the distance, as far as you guys are and as you guys seem to beat the perception check enough to hear this distant beating of drums as if it's alerting to the rise of the sun and to the other ship coming into view, which would be you.
Do I know the look of this ship? Do I understand what's happening?
Make a history check.
I could do the same.
Yeah.
Shit.
You, Marius, are not very familiar with the outer workings of the world yet.
Fair enough.
So you're kind of like, what the fudge is that? How is this? What is this? Are we getting attacked? You have no idea. But
I just got out of the cage. Pass me a taco.
I
Sorry.
did send you a quick question on Discord about the campaign overall.
That said, Suri, you kind of like narrow your eyes at it. You're not seeing any like shades of cannons or anything on the side. You're not seeing any signs of it being a military vessel, and you're kind of catching the glimpse of what looks like a flag that you're not entirely familiar with. It's bearing a different kind of symbol.
Color?
It's like orange and red. It's got like you can tell that there's like some sort of flame behind it, but you can't tell what's making up the inner workings of it.
Flame.
It's a flame.
Okay.
Fire Nation attacked.
Hold on. Where are you?
Thinking of making a pot of coffee.
Are we typing something, or how are we reacting to this?
I'm asking you something real quick.
Oh, no, it is not that.
Okay. See, I okay. I asked the two men there what's going on. What is this?
Or the quartermaster kind of turns around to see you. He's like wiping his eyes because he's still kind of tired and he's still waking up. You can see he's got like not the typical kind of like eye boogers that like you normally wake up with in the morning, but he's got like a full like he must have yawned so much that he drew a tear from his eye and it carried some of it down his face and he looks really disgusting.
Right.
So he wipes that away and he just kind of looks at you. He's like, we're getting followed apparently.
Do you recognize that flag there?
He kind of turns back and looks towards it again, and he's just like, I'm gonna be honest with you here. I have no bloody idea. You can tell now from the burp he's kind of drunk or getting or hungover. Or, you don't know. You didn't see him sneaking anything.
Right.
You only got up there. He could have a flask. You don't know.
He's still drunk from the night before, like a true pirate.
He's in a perpetual state of drunk.
Right. I peer at the man that's supposed to be steering the vessel.
Sailor, what do we do with the
Make
drunk
another
sailor?
perception check.
What do we do with the drunk sailor?
Early in the morning.
Drunk sailor.
So, Smoke, this goes for you as well.
Okay.
Perception.
You guys pass, and all of a sudden, as you guys are kind of less glaring and looking at the ship and wondering about its intent, you hear a sort of like a foghorn kind of air horn just go off from the ship. And you actually do see from the horn itself, or where you can surmise the horn came from, a puff of smoke just appear. And then you hear it again.
Does this mean anything to you, man? I point
The
at
spotter turns around and he looks out, and his eyes kind of widen towards the front of the ship. Land! Land ho! And he starts shouting out to the people at the ship, and everybody just starts rushing to positions all crazily. Nobody seemed to be paying attention. They were all starting to come up towards where you guys were just to see what was going on, because it's just sort of like that general like, huh, nothing's happening for a really long time. Let's go see what something's happening sort of deal. And then they all hear the spotter start shouting land ho, and it starts bursting into chaos. Like there are people running for the netting of the ship. There are people running for just every area of the ship is just now in utter fucking chaos.
I look at the captain, and I kind of like narrow my eyes at him. Then I stand up on the poop deck, and I shout, "You're all supposed to be seasoned sailors! Know your places and get things done!"
You just hear this, "Aye, sir!"
All right, cool.
And as you see this, because he wasn't the captain, he was the quartermaster, he's just like, fucking what? And you just see at this point, you see like coming up the poop deck in this, or coming up the stairs to the wheel, is this more seasoned looking, hardy pirate beard sort of, he has like this hardy sort of pirate beard, but it's been sort of shaved back, so it's nice and clean cut. Seems it must have been like recently done. He's got this haggard kind of undershirt, which is dirty, but you know, more clean than the other crew. He's got this long trench coat that's swaying in the wind, and he's wearing a tricorn over his or hat over his head to show that he is in fact the actual captain.
Okay.
Looking more awake and alert, and he just kind of looks at you when you kind of shout out to his crew. And he's just kind of narrowing his eyes at you, like, did you just order around my people without saying it out loud?
I narrow my eyes back before breaking out into a smile and saying, "Good morning."
I like you. And he makes his way to the wheel, and he just turns it really rough. Make a deck save.
Oh God.
Well, okay then.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
So he turns, and you go screaming into the side railing. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. You're in armor.
That's what you get.
I
You
scrabble.
take the first nat 20, you take the first nat
Hey,
1.
I have a tail, and that didn't even help. So I'm like scrabbling everywhere. Like my claws are scritching against the claw. Yeah, I'm like a cat in the back seat of a car that doesn't have cloth.
Mm-hmm.
That trim came all the way from Damascus.
And meanwhile, Smoke, Marius is just kind of like, oh, and he kind of like fumbles and catches himself briefly, just catching himself on the back banister with the quartermaster, who, with disadvantage, that's a nat one. He's going with Surrey, and as he
I go past both sides of him.
So Surrey, as you hit the railing and you're like, oh fuck, that hurt. All of a sudden, this other body just slams right into your torso.
At seeing this, and me not falling, but seeing my friend and this other sailor who are supposed to be seasoned people at this, and I am not, I'm just like,
I
oh.
don't fail that often.
Yeah, but, well, this is the first time I've seen anything like this happen. So my character...
Critical failure.
I'm surprised that happened to you guys and not me. Must be more agile than I thought.
I help.
Do you need any healing?
I help the guy up in front of me, and I just kind of crick my neck back and forth and floof my neck frills back a little bit and kind of toss back and forth, and I'm like, maybe just a little. Maybe just a little bit.
the quartermaster's still like hanging on to the side, like he's about to lose his lunch, and he's just sort of just like,
I hold him by the scruff of his jacket.
Yeah, he's just sort of like limp. He's just sort of like trying to catch what's going on because he just got thrown, and he definitely wasn't in the state to get thrown.
I hold him by the scruff of his jacket at arm's length because I have a feeling he doesn't smell too pleasant.
No, he does not. So yeah, she said yes to your healing, Smoke. If that is at all what you get 10 points of 10 points back. Might be a little overkill, but hey, you're a friend. And that's what friends do.
I glow with vitality.
Yes, you do. So you guys, as you all begin to get yourselves situated again, begin to rapidly approach what looks to be a coming shoreline.
Jesus,
you can see.
Hold on 1 second. That wasn't like a spell slot for you, was it?
Yes.
Why?
They're his spells to do with what he
He
wants.
can do with it whatever he wants.
Okay.
I get
okay.
that.
Okay.
It's the only healing I've got.
I understand. Okay. Never. Okay. Noted. Noted for further reference. I would not have said I needed it otherwise. I'm sorry.
Eventually, you all begin to turn in to this, between this, two plateaus cresting off to the side of, Ironbane, and you begin to draw towards the port. The ship, Viking-like in build, following close behind you. And with time and grace restored to both of you, you begin to dock
Oh my goodness, I could have healed myself.
to the chalk docks, right down here.
Oh, that's water. Okay.
Yes, it's water.
Okay. I try to settle the quartermaster.
He just kind of slumps over on the fucking on the ground beneath you, and he's just like holding his stomach like he just fucking got tossed the really wrong way. He's like, oh, that's gonna. And he kind of moves over to the side of the ship and he lets it loose.
Okay, I pat his back and use a point of lay on hands.
Okay. How
Maybe
you're just a single point?
Yeah, maybe that'll help him a little bit.
After you do that, he just kind of just slumps and relaxes, and he's
Okay. You feel better there, and I go and I squint my eyes back out over the horizon to see if I can see that odd shape, the ship thing.
You do, and it is apparently docking behind, or somewhere off in the dock behind you.
So it was just another ship coming into the docks.
Apparently.
Okay.
So, both of your ships dock at the chalk docks, and the crew, with a sigh of relief, begins to grab the ramp.
1 second. Is this the internet is for porn?
What?
That's exactly what he's playing right now. Okay, sorry. I was. Yep, that's what's playing.
Okay, well.
I have a new cue.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Okay, so the stuff's still going. Jamie's doing stuff.
Okay.
And there's a party going on, and the DJ right now is playing that World of Warcraft video, The Internet's for Porn.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, sorry. I was just making sure that's what I was hearing. We docked.
You docked.
I go to make my way and help unload barrels.
Alright. Marius, what are you doing?
I leave the ship.
Alright. The exit ramp leaves from that hatch down below, and you both are able to make your way off quite easily. You grab the barrel that you grabbed before with ease, and you lift it up, and you begin to make your way out before Marius. And you all come, or you set down on this wooden dock. It's full of wandering people, looking like adventurers, mercenaries, some wearing a very specific purple banneret or purple banner over their chainmail armor as they kind of walk around the docks like a patrol with pikes in hand. They look like guardsmen, like city guardsmen. You also notice common folk wearing aprons and not short dresses, but long, not so fabulous looking dresses. Not very ornate. They seem very commonplace. Children kind of running around with their parents aboard around the docks, traveling from other ships that have docked previously before you, or are now exiting, and they are making their way to their departure zones.
I make my way to a busier part of town, but before I do, I look for like an empty crate that they don't mind if I take. If they mind if I take it, borrow it, I'll bring it back.
Who do you go to talk to that?
Just whoever's nearby that I think might be able to lend me a crate.
There are a
Just an
few
empty
crewmen
crate.
around
I asked
who are
them
carrying some stuff.
politely.
How do you ask them actually?
Sir,
Huh? Oh,
Do you-
hello.
do you mind if I borrow this crate for a little while? I'll bring it back.
Do you need it emptied, or?
It is empty.
He kind of looks down at himself. He's like looking around at the crates, and oh, this one, and he points it out and he pulls it up.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose so.
Thank you.
Here you are. Just bring it back. We kind of need it to get back.
I will bring it back. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Do you happen to have like a cup?
Cup?
Yes.
Just for like drinking, or?
It doesn't matter. Just a small cup.
I mean, there are probably some back on the ship, but you could
Are you
probably
setting
buy
up?
one.
Are you setting up for alms? Like, what's going on?
Yes.
You could probably buy one further in the city.
True. I go and I look for a place to buy an alms box.
You leaving Surrey?
I tell Suri where I'm going. Suri,
Alright.
I'm gonna go and acquire myself an alms box and try and spread the good word of Bahamut for a little while. I shall return.
I will nod to him and smile with pride before I keep helping them unload until they seem to be finished.
You would know that I suck at doing this, by the way.
Toss a coin to your
I would nod with
cleric.
pride because I know you're trying.
Oh, honey.
Yeah, but he's trying.
He's like a Jehovah's Witness smacking people in the face with a pamphlet.
Hey man, it's
Have you heard about
thought that
Jehovah?
counts,
Fly
right?
everywhere like Sonic just died.
It's the thought that counts.
Right,
Alright.
right, and that's what she thinks. But I then make my way here.
Alright. Well, before you do,
Because I remember.
on the other ship, now beginning to set up its own ramp somewhere behind you after Marius begins to walk off and you begin to help the crew with the various amounts of stock, or the copious amount of stock that they have to look at and offload.
Oh, then I'll be there for a while.
The other ship
A while.
raises a ornate wooden walkway leading straight onto the chalk dock behind you, slamming into the surface of the dock itself.
I steady the barrels around me.
Well, it's not that close, but you can see it. It's like a good 30 or something feet away.
I'm aware of my own clumsiness, damn it.
Yes, I know. But beginning to
Please
offload
tell me
from
the
that,
whole party's not a bunch of clumsies.
beginning to offload from that are a myriad of short, stout, ferocious, bearded-looking figures, which you would immediately recognize as dwarves.
Wait, dwarf on a boat?
Dwarves
There
on a
goes the
boat.
city.
I kind of.
What kind of backwards world is this?
It's,
I kinda
It's a
perk
stone boat. Don't worry about it.
Have I seen dwarves before?
you have. There are dwarves in your city.
Oh, okay. So it wouldn't be anything new. I would just note the ornateness of the ship.
Yeah. There are dwarves and there are other common folk that are around that seem to be carrying stuff off.
Okay.
And amidst them, there is another figure. Short,
I'm stout.
graying around his face. He has purplish robes, a yellow sash. Millhouse, would you like to describe your character?
Okay. I'm obviously a gnome. I'm about, oh god, one second, bring up character sheet. I have it written down. God damn it, where are you? Bio. There we go. I am 3'4" tall. I'm a little chubby, but not super fat.
Yes.
I have green eyes, and I am about 325 years old. I come from a fair ways up north. Aside from that, you said I disembarked the ship, right?
You do.
And this is the one that like slammed into harbor.
Yes, you are
Okay.
riding with a bunch of dwarves who are only slightly taller than you. And they just kind of like you've been getting a lot of shit when you've been on this ship because they're not the short ones anymore. So you've been just sort of getting harassed like they've been all their life, and these are some gritty, tough dwarves that you've just been riding around with. So it's been expected, but it's been like no less hurtful in some ways, while others are just sort of like just kidding with you, obviously. But either way, you disembark.
All right. As I'm walking down the ramp, I go, "Thanks for the lift, fellas," and proceed to make my way down the ramp until I hit the bottom of it. At which point, I like look around to see if any of them are looking at me, and then slump over and go.
None of them are looking at you. They seem to be busier with their work than paying attention to you. They don't seem to be used to looking down at anyone.
Yeah, I'm panting for a minute and going, "Oh, thank God that's over."
So you're on the chalk docks now. You finally made it to Irevane after your equally long journey, if not only slightly shorter. The trip was definitely trying, but this is the place that you have heard so much about in the most recent days. Ever growing in popularity across the world, Irevane, as many of you know, is quite the trade port for both wheat and a very, very unique type of crop that is grown here that is good for tilling and making a very special variety of ale.
Did we
And
figure
on
out a
top
name
of
for that
that-
ale?
Ale? No, not yet. I'm working on it as we speak, now that you reminded me.
All right.
But anyway, you step off. The air immediately hitting you in the face. It smells far less alcoholic than it did on the ship.
I take in a nice deep breath of actual fresh air.
It doesn't smell like man stink or anything.
Man stinking whiskey.
City shit. You went from boat shit to city shit.
Anyway, I take a moment to like regain my composure and everything, and then look around for a guard to ask for directions.
You notice one, he's wearing silvery armor with this purple banner kind of flowing down the front side of it, of his scale mail. These very sharp-looking pauldrons with the face of what looks to be like some sort of exotic bird on one shoulder coming out of his armor. He has a pike, something guardsmen are typically seen carrying through the streets. He's holding it straight up vertically towards the sky as he's just sort of looking around, and he sees you and he just kind of stops and he looks down at you. Yes?
Excuse me, sir. Could you point me in the direction where I could find some work? Preferably not super manual labor. I'm not exactly strong.
You're looking for work, are you?
Yeah, I need to make some money to get my way back home.
Well, there are plenty of places hiring in the marketing district. We could always use more work down at the hay docks as well. Do you have any aptitude for mercenary work? Adventuring?
Maybe adventuring?
Well, you're going to the same place regardless. If you head to the old district, and he kind of motions with his hand that's not using the pike, you can't really see his face. He's got sort of like armor that's cresting, or that's framing the side of his cheeks, a helmet that's framing the side of his cheeks, and it's kind of going up and around his face, and there's another like point going down his nose and leaving enough space for his eyes to be seen, but below his face, you can tell he's human, but he has most of his face covered, so he just seems like another faceless guard to you. He points it out in the direction of where you want to go, and you can see this taller white building that just barely is visible over the over some of the other buildings and through the other sites to be seen at the chalk docks. You can see the framings of a white building. Right over there is the Adventurers Guild. They'll take anyone with any sort of experience, and they'll turn you into a proper adventurer if you have the stomach for it. If not that, the Perch is always recruiting. That's what we are. We're from the Griffin's Claw. If you want to sign up and help us maintain order here and across the country, we could always use more hands if you've also got the stomach for it.
Okay, and as he's telling me all this, I have a little quill in my hand and I'm just making little notes.
He doesn't seem to mind. Other than that, Two Hearths might have some work for you, but they are more demanding than the other places. Just do yourself a favor and stay away from the Ivy Triangle, would you? We're still working out some things over there that may not be for you.
Interesting.
And I underline Ivy Triangle 3 times.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
And I close my little notebook and put it away.
Make a deception check.
There we go.
I just imagine he wrote down, have a good stomach, carry a fish around.
What did you roll?
12.
He kind of just shrugs. Whatever. Anyways, that way's the Adventurers Guild. Keep an eye out for it. It's very hard to miss. It's the biggest building here.
Thank you for your help, sir.
Of course. Just look for anyone else who looks like me, or anyone who might look like some manner of guide. They usually have purple feathered hats. Berets.
Okay, and hearing this, I just kind of assume he's not exactly the brightest candle, and I go,
Thank you again for your help.
and
He nods.
just kind of like back away slowly.
He turns and he walks out. Or walks down the docks.
And I guess from there, I'll start making my way towards the Adventurers Guild.
Alright. Surrey and Millhouse both make a perception check.
Oh, yikes.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. Hold
I
on.
am a blind little man.
Suddenly, Surrey breaks out into dance.
Yeah. I didn't mean to.
I know. So, Millhouse, you are entirely distracted by the possibilities and the endless adventures that you are about to proceed forward with. Suri, on the other hand, seems more aware of her surroundings. Suri, as you're carrying a box out of the ship, one of the last few that you need to carry out, you notice this gnome beginning to make his way towards the city the same way that Marius did. He seems gung-ho. He looks happy. He seems to be in the rhythm of himself. And he seems noteworthy compared to everybody else. He looks not like the other dwarves who are parting out. You see other like gnomes around, but you don't see any gnome that looks quite like him. He seems very adventure-y. There are other people who stand out from the crowd as well, like this tiefling with a massive greatsword with chains wrapped around it and a bunch of very cool looking items around his belt and his sash. You also notice a finely dressed elven woman wearing a long flowing white robe with a red tapestry wrapped all around her. She seems to have her hands sort of in like a prayer position as she makes her way down the dock behind the tiefling.
Okay.
They look like outstanding people you've never ever seen the likes of before.
I take note of them and try to not hit them with the box.
They're not that close to you. They're passing down the other side of the dock.
Okay. I sit the box down and watch them pass.
All right. So you begin setting it down, and one of the crewmen kind of looked to you, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, lass. We've got the rest.
Are you
should
sure?
go." Yes, of course. You've done quite enough. It's
I
not
can
like you're
always
getting
tell.
paid for this part.
If you're sure.
He gives you a warm smile and a thumbs up. You should go and catch up with your friend. We wouldn't want to keep you from your mission.
That's true, and he does tend to get a bit involved. All right, it's nice to meet you, and thank you for the traveling.
He gives you a bow of his head. Safe travels, friend.
You as well. And I, keeping an eye out for Marius, I make my way here.
Marius, where you at?
Have I acquired my prisoner's box yet?
What do you mean by that?
Went to do that before I went and sat on the box and tried to spread the good word behind
Oh! Make a investigation check. Yeah, I'll say you found it.
it. Okay. So I've set up the crate. I'm standing on it. I have my prisoner's box out in front of me, and to every single person that walks by, I'm just, "Sir, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?"
You know what? I'm actually gonna roll for this 1 second. Okay.
Money for the gods. Money for the gods.
See, if you were an Arakroka, you could be asking people what if they had heard the word.
God damn it!
The person you immediately try to catch the attention of is this strange-looking creature that you weren't expecting when you turned around and you began to set up and you started to get his attention. He's short, and he has likely one of the largest, pointiest noses you've ever seen. His ears are pointing out over the top of his head. One is kind of mangled and barely there, like it's just this piece of sinew that's just been somehow managed to recover and like just flapping in the wind, and the other ear has a hole in it, like right in the center of it. He's got graying hair that's just sort of falling. That looks like it's been falling out and just looks awful and dragged and raggly. His skin is disgusting. It's this very dark, mossy green color, and his eyes, in comparison, are much more pleasant, though bloodshot and yellow around the rims. He's got wrinkles on the top of his head and what look like age spots over the tip, or over like the front or the top of his nose and the top of his head around his hair. He's shorter than you by a lot. He's a lot more obese looking than you would imagine one of these creatures would be. And he's kind of like, behind him, he's got like this miniature or like peddler's cart, like someone you'd see peddling goods through a city would be wheeling throughout to get to their place in the marketplace. But it's all tiny, and it's just this tiny, dirty looking, ranky looking, barely put together silverware and metal plates and pots that have dents in them. It's a little goblin who just kind of looks up at you with his shaky hands as he's just moving through the city. He's like, "What?
Sir, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
Speak up, son! I wasn't born yesterday!"
Sir, sir, have
Lower
you
your
heard about our
voice!
Lord and Savior Bahamut?
Stop yelling at me!
Sir, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
Who?
Bahamut.
Who?
Bahamut.
What about my butt? If you want some plates, you don't have to bring it into this.
Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
No!
Would you like to?
No!
Have a good day, sir.
What?
Have a good day, sir.
Stop yelling at me! I'm leaving! And he just starts pedaling his creaky old crate around. One of the wheels in the back just falls off, and he's like, "Arr, arr," and he just keeps dragging it through the city. And on the back, you can see, poorly written in common, it says Zo Tinkle, and the Z is turned around, and the N is capitalized where it shouldn't be, and the I is upside down.
I just kinda
Barely,
shake my
barely
head.
poorly written.
Just gonna shake my head and turn to the next nearest person. Sir, sir, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
Far more put together human male is just walking by you. He's like, kind of just looks at you for a second. He kind of reaches into his shirt. He kind of pulls it up. It's a symbol of Bahamut, and he just kind of smiles and gives you like a ha-ha nod, and he keeps walking.
I just kind of give him like, ah.
Got him.
Have a good day, sir.
You as well. Blessings be with you.
Thank you, and you as well. Turn to the next person. Sir.
Madam, because it's Surrey.
Madam. Oh, hi, Surrey.
Evening.
Sir
E.
Surrey, you make a perception check real quick. You unfortunately were drawn to this place due to the sudden shouting and disgruntled screaming of what was the raggedy old goblin that was walking past him. And you were unfortunate enough to watch the travesty that was Marius trying to make his pitch to the goblin as he began to walk away.
Did I bear witness to this as well?
Make a perception, why not?
I grin and kind of shake my head as I watch the goblin leave, and make my way over to Marius and say, "It seems you had a little bit of a conversation. That's something little. At least you tried. You tried."
Thank you, Surrey. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
You're very welcome. Not all are ready to. the magnificence that is Bahamut. Or yes.
This is like the big sister helping like the disabled little brother like make his way through like a medal ceremony. It's okay, you tried, buddy.
Yeah, but he's like an idiot savant, which is what's so fucked up.
All right. I tell him that we should probably make our way into the Adventurers Guild, as we were told ahead of time that we should come and try to at least help this area while we're here. Thank you.
You know, that's probably a good idea, but first I have to return this crate to the ship.
All right. I'll go inside and see if I can find anything useful ahead of time.
Millhouse, you are able to hear the conversation with the goblin, and you did not you didn't see him leave, but you heard him leave, evidently by the scraping of his fucking cart against the cobblestone.
I'm just gonna be like, what in the 9 circles of hell was that?
What? And you see a golden dragonborn talking with another very priestly looking person. Both of them wearing the shielding of what you would know as Bahamut.
I'm assuming they're like on the pathway towards the Adventurers Guild.
They are.
Okay, I will make my way towards them.
What do you say?
What do I want to say?
What?
No, I'm thinking.
What was that? Are you okay, sir?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh. What was what?
That goblin hassling you.
Oh no, I was just trying to see if he wanted to know more about our Lord and Savior Bahamut. Speaking of which, sir, would you like to know more about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
I scoff when he mentions Bahamut.
Bahamut's nothing but a whelp compared to Asgarath, my child.
And I hold up my my source.
So when he does this,
What?
he pulls out this immaculately perfectly round-looking orb that you guys have never seen before. It's multicolored, and inside the orb itself are all these changing, ebbing colors of red, white, blue, and yellow, fading into the mixes in between whenever they collide with one another, shading into green, into purple, into orange. Both of you make a religion check.
Okay.
Being wholly committed to Bahamut is a lot of work. And sometimes so much work, you don't have time to study other deities, or rather the aspects of them. That is your case, Marius. However, Suri, spending most of your time learning about Bahamut through your childhood, and being a dragonborn yourself, you are fully aware of the person that he speaks of. Though it is merely myth and legend from what you can tell. And even from what you know, it's very little, as it is not entirely easy to get information on this deity, or what was a deity. He speaks of the All-Father of Dragonkind. He speaks of the World Shaper, the Eternal Wheel, the most powerful deity ever hypothesized to be in existence, and the shaper and creator of all things, in a sort of respect. He speaks of Asgarath, the Dragon Lord, the All-Father to all dragons, and I guess, in a certain sense, your kind of people. He was said to bring about the existence of the first dragons and even Bahamut and Tiamat themselves.
I was
Though
gonna say, I'm
how,
pretty sure I recognize the name.
though how, you are not entirely sure. And this orb very much looks like his symbol, which was in fact a multicolored circle.
Oh, sorry, I was taking a sip of my drink. I lean in with interest.
Siri, what's that?
It seems to be a very accurate representation of the orb of Azarath.
Asgarath. You definitely don't want to forget that name. Being a dragonborn.
Thank you, I'm just sucked with this.
You're fine. It's Asgorath.
Asgraph Metrium?
I have it spelled wrong then.
Yes. Yes, you do. And that's the first thing I thought of too when he,
I wasn't sure of the spelling.
It's okay. He also goes by Io, which is just an I-O.
Alright. I say that. So what does that entail for you?
Are you asking me or him?
You?
I've been studying for many, many years, and only recently uncovered actual information. And, well, this orb. That leads me to believe that Asgarath still exists.
I'd be very interested to learn more.
So would I. So would I.
I don't see a reason that we can't work together.
Yeah, I actually could use some help.
I can heal you if you need it.
I don't need healing.
He's good. He's very good.
I'll consider it, if I'm wounded.
Just let me know.
But no, I do need some help to eventually get my way back home. Right now, I'm pretty broke.
Well, let us go to the Adventurers Guild. I'm sure we could help everyone around this area and maybe pocket a little bit of coin to help you as well.
Yeah, that sounds like it could work. All right, pleasure to make your acquaintances. My name's Millhouse.
And I reach up to shake their hands.
I lean down and extend a single claw.
Jumps.
I extend a hand.
I'm Suri Argent Tooth of Clan Simrel. Sorry.
I am Marius of the same clan.
Yes.
So what are you guys, like cousins?
We hail from the same area.
She saved me from being a street urchin.
Ah.
No, we're saved
And
by the people itself.
I take a moment to tuck my my focus back away.
And my current mentor. But the days are short, and we should make our way.
I agree.
I make my way that way. Down the way.
I follow.
Okay. So you all arrive, or not arrive, but you all travel through the city of Bleak first. It is a relatively simple town. You can see people all across the streets walking down the side lanes and through the roads. You can see horses and carriages slowly trotting and making their way, wheeling down the streets. You let them pass by if you're walking down the main road, and they give you a friendly tip of their hat, or a friendly wave, or a friendly hello, good morning, good afternoon, or no, good morning, because it is morning. A friendly good morning. You see some children kind of look up at you, specifically you, Suri, in awe as they see this golden, radiant dragonborn that they've never seen the likes of before.
I
Whereas
smile and wave and flutter my neck frills in a
they kind of begin to point, and then their mothers are just like, no, it's true to point. And then they, kind of scoot them along, and they're just like, they give you a wave as it's like, sorry if it's troubling.
no worries at all. It happens all the time. Neck frill, wave, wave.
Wow.
You get little giggles from the children, and the mother just looks, happy to be not, or to not offend you in any sort of way. She seems friendly enough. You guys continue, sort of similar reactions as you go.
I react in same.
The children also kind of notice you, and they kind of think like, for a second you're a kid, and then they notice your beard, and they're just sort of like, oh, okay, hi.
I prestidigitation a little palm-sized bowler hat,
Okay.
and I like nodded at them, like take it off my head, like, hey.
They clap for you, like entertained, and they just continue on their way. But eventually, you guys reach the old district, which is this massive square. There are a few. This is like one of the more active places in the city. You see a lot of history here. Older looking buildings that have been refurbished and look much grander than they probably once did before. Lampposts on every corner of the street here, and a massive park that just spans through the center of the old district, where you see a lot of pathways walking back and forth through and from every other side road of the city. You see some people relaxing out in the sun, spending time together with their families, having a picnic. And towards the far back of the park, you notice that familiar white building. The very large and very much in charge Adventurers Guild, where you can see a slew of people coming in and out, all looking like very well trained and unique looking, outlandish looking people. Of all different sorts of races and sizes, you see them leave in groups of two or more at least. For one group, you see that familiar group of the tiefling, the elf, just make their way inside, and as they go in, a group consisting of 2 humans, 1 male, 1 female, a half elf just seeming to coast along behind them. He's wearing darker robes, and then they're wearing like simple chest plates and swords at their hips. The person, or the half elf behind them, just sort of carries himself with darker looking clothing, a hood over his head, and just trying to like avoid the sun almost. He just has this edgy looking persona about him. And behind them, barely squeezing through the door, a massive horned figure, muscle bound and carrying 2 what look to be like cleavers at his hips, as they're cleaver like short swords at his hips. He steps out, and from what you guys can tell, make a nature check actually before I reveal this to you.
I can test a survival check.
Millhouse, you have no idea
Yikes.
what the fuck this monster is. But for some reason, Suri and Smoke, because of your just your innate or your studies of the world and what kind of systems of justice people have, you would know that this is a minotaur.
Sorry, is that a minotaur?
That's a minotaur.
He
Never
walks
seen
out,
one before.
his horns curled up, sort of like a cow, like a bull would have, going out to the sides and curling up in these sharp points, and over his head are these metal cones that are making his points look even pointier and shinier than before.
Have I ever seen one of these before in person?
Never once in your life.
I've never seen one of these before in person.
You notice also on the side of his arm, he's got these very tribal looking marks going down and through his fur and continuing into the skin of his forearm, and he is just a muscle bound giant of a minotaur just walking out behind this party, but he's laughing with them like he was just another one of the pals.
I wonder if
Okay, I'm gonna take my time, stare all the way up him, and go,
Sweet Jesus, that's a lot of beef.
I wonder if his tattoos.
Is he also a paladin?
Are you asking me or are you asking the group?
I'm asking you.
Oh, me. Make insight.
Cat's trying to help.
He definitely doesn't look like a paladin. He definitely has more of a brutish charm, so to speak. He doesn't seem like he's all too bright, and he doesn't seem like he's all too faithful in terms of the immediate picture of him, but you know, appearances can be deceiving.
If he was like you and a paladin, he'd be a holy cow.
God damn it.
I immediately and irrevocably facepalm.
Yes. You're right. Yes, he would.
I also make a note to permanently speak slow to Marius.
He question? I'm assuming it's a he.
The Minotaur?
Uh-huh.
It is in fact a he.
Okay.
He is massive, bulking. His pecs could likely crush stones
I
between
see
them
minotaurs as like very Tauran.
Yes, he's very Tauran.
Yeah.
How dare you assume their gender?
He could crush a boulder between his bicep and his abs could probably grate
And
cheese.
his butt cheeks.
So he's like traditional Trundle.
He's very very beefy, very very vascular looking
So he's a bull.
minotaur. Yeah.
He's a bull.
Yes, he is a bull.
Yeah.
He just sort of clops along behind his companions as they make their way towards what looks to be the marketplace.
Suri doesn't notice him in the way that I'm noticing him, but just so you know.
I figured.
Suri's just like, wow, I wonder what his tattoos mean. I'm just like, hey, bull.
Hey, big guy. How you doing?
Is it true what they say about bulls?
Oh, god damn it.
Is there a Mrs. Minotaur?
I'm avoiding all the obvious horn jokes.
Anyway,
Oh, you look a bit horny.
they move past and into the crowd and they disappear.
Suri looks on with interest, like strictly scholarly interest.
Purely platonic.
I must study you.
What about the rest of his party? Are they as equally notable?
Well, yeah, there were the two humans with long swords at their hips and chest plates, and they almost look like they had matching armor and they matching complexions. Like they look like they could be brother and sister. There was the half elf in
Racist.
all black. What?
Said racist.
No, it's because they're actually fucking siblings. The half elf, on the other hand, was wearing like all black put over his head. Didn't look like he wanted to engage with anyone. He just seemed to be like managing behind the group by himself. And then the Minotaur was just laughing at what the two humans were telling him.
All right.
Oh yeah.
After they pass, we're inside the building.
You're just outside.
I keep trying to make my way in. I will hold the door for anyone that is also going in.
It's for right now. It's just you, Marius, and Millhouse.
Okay. Can I roll an investigation to figure out where we need to go?
Sure.
13.
Okay. So, you get inside the Adventurers Guild. It is a beautiful hall. The very clean wooden floors, very or kind of homey looking stone lodge feel when you walk in. There are heads of numerous creatures adorned over the walls from famous hunts. You can see the head of something like almost like a panther with like leathery skin over one of the walls. You can see another head which is more bestial, and it looks like more like another cat of some sort. Notice an elk head, some fair hunting grounds. You notice some a few weapons adorned and like hung up beside some of the heads that are more humanoid in nature but aren't exactly humanoid in nature. Like they look like they actually bear an expression instead of something of a beast. Very large heads and very less ornate looking weapons, and then there are just the regular weapons crossed over a shield or something, sort of like showing off class pride. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But anyway, you notice that this adventurer guild serves two purposes almost immediately. Once you enter in through the main door, you notice the gilded hallway, a wide set of steps leading upwards and turning up towards an upper floor that kind of overlooks the front lobby. To the right, if you were to go straight that way, looks to be something of what looks to be sort of like a guild powwow, just sort of like a meeting room where people can sit and talk about adventures, plan out stuff. You could see some adventurers kind of working over there, sharpening their weapons, talking to each other, formulating some sort of plots going on some sort of adventure.
People
You
eating.
also, and yeah, fine tuning their weapons. There are some people over there who are, there to service the people who are in the building in the way of providing weaponry, providing potions, providing any sort of weapon repair for damage. There are some blacksmiths there that are more common blacksmiths than more than anything else. They don't look like anything out of the ordinary. And outside and to the left, if you were to look that way, looks to be some sort of inn, or rather a tavern, connected to the inn that is going up the stairs.
I look around for someone who might look like they are in charge or part of the staff.
You look around with your passive perception, you can easily see, as Millhouse does, a long line just almost reaching you guys as soon as you walk in through the door. There is a very, very long line of people who seem to be trying to get a hold of stuff at the desk. You can't see anybody up there as there are a lot of bodies in the way, but for right now, it seems like they are occupied.
I wait in line.
We're gonna be here for a while.
Don't worry, lines are there for a reason.
I make a little tiny chair with prestidigitation and sit down on it.
Well, that was interesting.
It's basically like a tiny stool.
The line continues, and as it begins to dwindle down a little bit, a few more people begin to start walking in behind you, but you three just eventually get up to the front. And you are met with, well, actually, there's one little problem with you getting up to the front as a gnome. You begin to get up there and you're all gung-ho. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go meet who's in charge and get an adventure, and there is a wall here.
I was about to ask him, can I even like see up onto the desk?
No, you can't.
All right,
Well-
I try and jump to grab like the front of the desk.
I help him. see him struggling and don't.
Make a strength check.
I,
He's
I,
slightly
no.
overweight.
I grab him underneath
Oh, God.
his portly arms
Oh!
Yikes.
and heft.
Okay, so she grabs you.
I heft
Oh,
you.
you clicked the actual strength word. Okay. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. So.
Yeah, so she grabs you and she lifts you up.
I gently hold you to where I'm not like I stick my arms out forward so that I'm trying not to intrude on your conversation, but also help you.
So
I like. I
Yeah,
I kind of roll my eyes.
Thank you.
you're quite welcome.
Oh, that was sweet, says the fair maiden behind the counter. She is a half elf, as far as you can tell. She looks like a mix between a human and an elf. You see her not very, actually. She looks like she's a young adult. About 5'5", very, very lithe frame. She has hazel brown eyes, freckled skin that kind of like goes down from her cheeks down towards her elbows and just over her arms. She's wearing a leather corset, which doesn't reveal much beneath her flowing white blouse, and what you can only assume is something covering up beneath it in the way of very, very light armor. She looks like an adventurer in herself, but she carries herself and she looks more the part of a receptionist. Her dark flowing brown hair, or auburn hair, sorry, coming
Typical
down in a
guild
braid
girl.
over her hair, over her shoulder in a braid. Hello, welcome to the Adventurers Guild. I'm Jalen. How can I help you guys today?
Hi, Jalen. The name's Millhouse. I was just wondering, who do we have to go to look for some work?
That would be me.
Ah, good. We have come to the right place.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Are you guys looking to sign up to be adventurers, or are you already adventurers and looking for work?
I suppose. Well, I have to go through the sign up. I'm not sure about these two.
I've never been here before, so I suppose I'll have to sign up as well. Also, I think you guys would do well with a stool out here.
Oh, do you... Oh, right. She kind of pulls out her flute from her side. And let me see here. Oop,
Oh
no,
my
we're not
god,
rolling
does
with
she
that.
Willy Wonka? Tell me she Willy Wonkas. Yeah.
So she plays a quick 3 notes off of her flute, and it is a beautiful 3 notes. The flute is very well made, and it sounds like it is just the most harmonizing sound, or the most harmonious sound you've heard all day, at least. And from around the corner, you can kind of see her looking that way for a second, and from around the corner you can hear the getting louder, sort of pounding against the ground as a literal chair begins to just by itself begin to make its way over to you guys.
Oh, nice.
And kind of just back and forth, walk itself over to the desk. And it kind of makes like a little dance and a twirl as it comes to a stop right beside.
She just fantasiaed a chair.
I was gonna say, can I Arcana check to figure out what that was?
Yes, you may.
As he does that, I'm gonna scooch
Yikes.
out my foot and
Oh,
like
shit.
scooch the chair slightly,
At 20.
but gently to the second, like to in front of me, and then like place him as gently as I can onto the chair.
As you do. And you can tell with that Arcana check that this is a bard. She is a bard of creation, something newer that has come to the world recently, and very few people know how to possess this skill. She is capable of animating inanimate objects with the sound of her music.
Yeah. Dirty.
Ooh, creation bard. Very nice.
Oh, you're very well learned.
Oh my.
I myself am a wizard.
I can I could
pull out my
kind of
spell
make
book.
a guess, but I don't like to assume much.
That's fair. That's fair.
You may not have like seen, but I'm a pally.
I also kind of surmised from the embroiderments of the Platinum Dragon, is it?
Ah, you have a good eye.
I pull out my orb.
She kind of stops when you pull it out, and she leans down a little bit to look at it. Oh my! I haven't seen something like this in a long time. Eo, was it?
That was one of his names, yes. Also known as Asgarath.
Right.
Thank you for the sub ring.
Where did you find this?
Remember
Did
how
you
we-
make it?
I lean in with interest.
I happened to actually stumble upon it.
Just tried to stay away from the
I had a dream one night. It was the strangest thing. And the next thing I know, I wake up feeling very determined and happen to stumble upon this thing, and it was life-changing.
An adventurer's root story, if I've ever heard one. And what about you? She looks to Marius. You're also donning the crest of the Platinum Dragon. What are you here to do?
Learn about the world and help people.
Well, you've come to the right place. Since you're all seeming to be novices in our craft, I am more than willing to sign you all up today and give you all insignia in order to travel through the city more freely and identify yourselves as adventurers of the guild. The only difficult part about this is the current quests that we have been picking up a bit in the dangerous side. I have lower level quests that might, or lower priority quests that might be able to serve your purposes as novices, but everything else seems to be taken up. The only
attack.
This is where the trouble comes in because you're going to need a bigger party than what you have currently.
Is there a way that we could put in a notice that we're searching for other people to join our band of party?
Well,
Or
actually,
perhaps you know of another incomplete party?
there are a few people in the other room who were also looking for a party and were looking to sign up today. Or have already signed up and are just looking for a party to go along with, as they are usually solo adventurers. You can go into the in the holding room in order to look for them. They should be hanging around there, as they have been for some of them have been for many days now. You are actually some of the first new adventurers to come by in an actual grouping, so this might be quite fortuitous for them.
Well, thank you for your help.
No one thinks that there's
Of course. Here, she pulls out a ledger. Can I have can I have your names, please?
I pull out my little quill and proceed to write my name into the book.
She holds out the book for you to write it in. There's a little blank space under another name which you don't know. It just seems to be sort of where you sign up.
I dip my claw in the inkwell and scritch my name on the paper.
She holds the page just to make sure that you don't try and rip it. Just being careful, darling. You understand.
Oh, yes, I do.
And she holds out the book to Marius, and she holds out a quill to him. Smoke, you there, bud?
Yeah.
Oh, she's holding out a quill for you to write your name in if you want to sign up for the Adventurers Guild.
I take the quill and I sign up.
Marius stood there drooling for about approximately 8 seconds before taking the quill.
No, I was
So-
lost in thought.
No, it's okay. She takes back the quill with a bright smile. Well, you're all officially enrolled. She holds out this embroidered coin to you all. It's copper. And it looks like it has a very special insignia that you've never seen on it before. Or rather, you hadn't seen before today, as when you entered, there were banners carrying this very crest on it. This is your identifier as a member of the guild. If you show this to certain merchants in the city, you might be able to strike more of a deal with them, but don't expect that same privilege in Two Hearths. Two Hearths gets adventurers daily, and I mean, you can haggle, but they don't offer specialty discounts.
Fair
Good
enough.
to know.
That said, the holding room is that way. She points towards where all those adventurers were planning and stuff. Just look for the individuals who are sitting
Bob,
closer to one of the corners and waiting.
Boyd, did you say 2 Hearths?
Two Hearths.
So
we are
not
where
two
it says 2 Heaths.
Yes,
Okay.
I know.
Typo.
I need to change the map, but it typoed me. So
Yeah, that's one of the things.
It's also very tricky for him to change the map names.
yeah.
Oh no, I 100% understand that.
She tried to type in somebody's name into her phone earlier. It was literally 3 letters, and it changed.
No,
their
2
name to
letters.
Chocolate.
It changed the name CJ to Chocolate.
What?
That's what you got to start calling him.
That's
Be
exactly
like, hey,
what
chocolate
Yum.
bear.
they said. My name's Chocolate now. It's just okay.
But there will never be another sexual chocolate.
There
no,
will never be another sexual chocolate.
No, there won't.
Chocolate
Right.
How's he doing
What are they
anyway?
selling?
He's
That's
still,
not true,
he's
not
still,
too long
he's
ago.
still around.
chocolate.
I haven't heard from him in a little bit, but I mean, I see his updates on Facebook now and then.
Well, that's
Yeah.
good.
Selling chocolate.
One day he'll come back. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Fucking hope so.
I mean, yeah, that voice
Sweet
is just
summer
so.
chocolate.
Yeah,
I've
right?
always
that-
hated it.
So good.
I mean, he literally has the voice of a fucking like gorgeous man. That is literally what it is.
Actually, I'm gonna tag him. I'm gonna add him right
Yeah.
now.
Ooh, does Demon have a man crush?
I mean, considering his voice, yes.
Okay, before we go any further, I have to make the statement, and this is a true thing that's happened. When this man spoke, Delra creamed his panties.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Jesus
See,
Christ.
that's impressive.
No, you don't understand. This man had a voice that would make you want to fuck it. It was so pretty.
Well, hello there.
I mean, he made me want to cheat on Void.
What?
You rat bastard.
Makes me want to cheat on what? No. What? Nice weather. Yeah, Corona. Woo.
We're just gonna pretend that didn't.
Our
just
next
happen.
session zero will involve how to properly handle character player deaths.
TPK, TPK.
Oh shit.
Anyway, drawing back. So you all are informed that the holding room is the way towards like the planning area for all, or the staging area for all of the adventurers. What do?
Sir?
Thanks again for your help.
And I proceed to try and jump down off the counter.
You're very welcome. Good
Good
luck.
Ma'am, before I go, have you heard about our Lord and Savior?
I have. Is there aught you wish to tell me?
No. I just try and spread the good word of Bahamut. But if you already know it, I will.
You would enjoy it in the meadows then. They take very well to that at the small church of Bahamut that we have here.
Oh, really?
You should
Yes.
ask her.
Could you mark it on my map for me, please?
You should
She
ask her a
she
donation.
reaches down and pulls out a map for you. And she marks it as this building right here.
The one that's by itself.
Yep. There needs to be a lot of parking space for that one, demon.
I figured.
At any rate, you all have good luck finding people for your party. Come back when you have a more sizable group, and I'll see if I can hand over this quest to you. I'll hold on to it until you get back. All right?
Okay.
Time to go hunt boars till you guys are ready.
She gives you a bow of her head, and she lets you move on your way.
I venture off on my way, following my party.
So
I go
On
to
my
Here
way.
we go.
the room that she mentioned. with the other waiting folk.
As do I.
Hey, Void.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, since it's about 2.5 hours, would it be a good time to take a bathroom break?
Yeah, sure. If anyone needs to use the bathroom right now, it's the time.
Son of a bitch.
Did you not make it?
It's a good thing it's a plug-in.
Catheter. Good call.
That could have been real bad.
He's not even listening. He can't hear.
That's what makes it even funnier.
Yeah. No.
It's a lot of
I always
natural
enjoy
finish
it.
for the
I always
first one,
enjoy a
so.
good session 0.
Right. This is great.
I kept waiting for my moment, but apparently it is yet to come.
We're getting there. I'm sure we are.
Worry not, Larry. 'Tis on its way.
While we're waiting on that, I'm gonna go start a pot of coffee.
Go for it.
Don't you dare start. Shithead.
Okay, I'm proud of that one. I sent a message to Smoke as a reaction. I went, "Bah!" Right? It took you a second, though. I stopped and just waited.
Is that your brother, baby?
Sounds just like that's fucking Starscream. What the fuck's fucking talking on like?
I have returned.
For everybody who's still here, who I'm not sure who,
I am here.
Me.
Hello.
I am trying to get to everyone as fast as possible. Thank you all for who are still waiting to be introduced.
I am
I promise.
enjoying. I am enjoying the world you are revealing to us.
You know, if you weren't so long-winded,
It's true. I have a bad habit of that.
it was.
Okay,
It was.
I'm just taking time to craft my
Take-
response to
Take
whatever
it as
I
it was
run
fully
into.
intended to be the joke, not a criticism. It was.
I
I
have
was
a bad
completely.
habit of it. And he hates me for it.
Like, I can't help it if I like the sound of my own
I just-
voice.
Okay, well, listen here, asshole. I ain't conceited, I like describing.
You've officially gone too far, buddy.
Yes, I did.
It just sounds so beautiful to me.
This sounds
You're
like
breaking
Jerry
his
Seinfeld with, like, a
concentration.
sore throat.
Because of your father's stupid tanks, my balls retreated into my body, and now I sound like this forever.
Oh my God, I am loving the fucking gnome. The goblin was perfect.
Yeah, that goblin was hilarious.
What?
I said you were hilarious.
What?
Fuck you.
I'm back. Someone's gonna slap.
Yeah, someone's getting their booty slapped.
Clap them cheeks and clap them cheeks and clap them cheeks and clap them cheeks.
Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick.
Lisa's in there beating her meat.
Oh god damn it. So that's how it was all along.
Yeah, she's beating her meat into smaller things of meat, and then I'm gonna cook them, and then we're gonna shove her meat in our mouths.
Okay, James, explain to me why she's beating your meat and then making you eat it.
Hey, they're into some weird shit. Don't judge.
No.
Yeah, man, ain't your life. Leave him alone.
Demon, you need to clean out your fucking ears, because I never once said that she was beating my meat. I said she was beating her meat.
Talking to the cats.
I mean, technically you two are a thing, so what's yours is actually hers.
I'm back.
I mean, I figured she found a way to get to that Minotaur.
Oh, Jesus. Extra beef.
That might be a bit much meat than she can handle on her own. So, you know.
So I'm gonna beat it.
We've all seen what the professionals can handle.
She
So
said,
just beat it.
she said, you gotta tenderize that shit. Somebody go buy some salt.
I already have League of Legends
Oh,
installed.
God damn it!
Did you really just say that?
Wait, what? What?
Yes, I did.
Wait, what did you say?
No, it's what Lisa said.
Oh, what'd she say?
Someone says, get some salt so we can tenderize it. And she says, it comes with its own, you just gotta work for it. Or something like that.
That is exactly it. God damn it.
Oh,
I
shit.
was like, did you seriously just say
It was
that?
like so in the background, and like I barely heard it, and I was like, did I hear that correctly? And then your response to it, and I realized I must have heard it correctly.
Oh, they got knocked over there again.
Seriously just say that?
You guys got jumped back up in the freaking timeout corner again.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, no.
He just spoke like 2 minutes ago.
I know.
Not even.
It
Yeah,
doesn't.
I was-
Seconds ago.
It
I
does
was
not make
still
sense.
Like, I was still talking at y'all and it moved us.
Why does it keep
Yeah,
moving you
Discord
guys?
doesn't like you guys for some reason.
I think it's probably not triggering like the active threshold.
Have we all reconvened?
Are we all here?
I'm here.
Physically, yes. Mentally, that's debatable.
Lisa's not back yet. She has meat juice on her hands.
Who's not dead? Sound off.
Follow in.
Don't worry, I think we're just missing Lisa and then we're good.
I can hear you. I'm just drying off my hands.
Okay. Just shout if your response whenever you're good. Not like that.
You're not.
That's
Hey, I
called
didn't realize we had an
screeching, dude.
Aarakocra in here.
Anyway,
not calling anymore.
I was trying to.
So,
I think you beat the meat too much.
drawing back, the you all begin to make your way into the staging area for the adventurers. You see a number of people and you hear a myriad of voices, kind of talking over one another, trying to devise plans, figure out map routes, buying weapons, and talking to some of the in-house merchants that they have just staged up in little store, or not store areas, but like little makeshift uh
Booths?
stalls, booths. Yes, that. I was trying to find that word and I was like, stalls is all I'm getting, but makeshift booths. You also see some adventurers kind of their expressions are all different and they're all very focused on their tasks ahead of them. You can see some just cleaning swords, others looking somewhat mournful as if something tragic just happened to them. You see some who look more cheerful and happy that their situation has gone a little better than those around them.
Sir,
And
sir, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Muhammad?
who? Who are you talking to?
The nearest person.
My whole guild just died in a trapped room.
I have to roll and see who the fuck is near you.
Sorry. All right, those are seasoned.
I'm having an image in my head of the person who first, the shell shock look on Kirito's face after, in the abridged version, after the party gets wiped out in front of him. And you just approach him and go, "Have you heard about our Lord and Savior?"
So you turn and look to the nearest person near you. Thankfully, it is not one of the people crying or having a bad day or mourning the loss of a companion. Rather, it is a tall, we'll say it's a tall human male. He just kind of turns and looks at you and he's like, "What?"
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior and maybe tell me what's going on here?
Well, no, I'm not interested really in that. I've gone to my church today, but we're just talking about our next adventure, dungeon delving, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm just now getting into that.
Oh, a new recruit. That's good, I suppose. Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Uh, I hate to be rude on our first meeting, but my group and I have to get this done before long, or we lose out on what is potentially the better timing of the day to head out.
Oh,
What time is it right now?
It's still morning.
Okay.
well, maybe we'll see each other again. Till
That
then,
is the hope.
stay in good
Perhaps
health,
under
friend.
you as well. Be safe
You as
and
well.
good luck on
Thank you.
your quests. Or you have a quest, or you doesn't matter. You'll get work, I'm sure, but good luck regardless.
Thank you.
You're welcome. He turns back to his group, who look as diverse as the other groups that you've seen before, if not more so.
I turn to
Everyone-
Siri. Siri. Siri.
Is she there?
Yes. Yes.
There
Sorry.
she is.
Sexual chocolate got back to me. He said he
Oh
misses
my god.
you too. He misses all of you. All right. Just letting you know. Sorry. Okay. What's up?
Siri.
Yes.
Did you know there's dungeons people can go to for the guild?
To help? I thought we came here to see if anyone needed any help. Well, either way, no, I don't think I did. Did I know that?
No, not previously. You're new to adventuring.
I had no idea. I wonder what they were made for to begin with.
I don't know. But they said they were going out on a mission or quest given to them by the guild, then it's in a dungeon.
Dungeon. I wonder why there's a dungeon.
Usually they hold prisoners.
Well, I mean, I assume so. Well, then why quest there? I wonder what's there. Now my curiosity's piqued.
I guess we'll have
But
to
even
get
still,
strong
we
enough
need
to go to a dungeon.
we need to find a larger group so that where you can have at least a sustainable adventuring party according to the nice elven woman,
Half elf.
half elf woman that we met earlier.
Can I look around for the group that she was talking about?
Make a perception.
Hell did my window go? Boingo boingo. 15.
Okay. So around the room you look. You notice that where she pointed out was saying like one of the staging corners. And you do see from the place she actually pulled a chair from, actually, from around the corner, you notice a few people sitting there, waiting for a more formed party to appear. You see, in one regard, a human male sitting in one of the chairs. He looks laid back, calm, somewhat expressionless for the moment as he just sort of quietly waits to himself. He seems to have caught the early worm today, or early bird today. He looks naturally tired, I would say, given his line of work. You also see another strange looking individual that you've never seen before. He's he's wearing armor much like your own, Suri.
Mm.
I was gonna say, what armor?
He's wearing armor much like your own, Suri. He's wearing chainmail. And he has a very furry face. He has more of a feline features, pointed ears. He has a tail that sways softly behind him through his armor.
I quirk my eyebrow with interest.
You also notice, sitting beside them, a shorter individual, very much like or a little taller, I would say, than the average dwarf. You see a shorter male humanoid, very different sort of expression on his face. His features are very sharp, somewhat handsome. Uh, well put together looking halfling, from what you can assume.
You don't know what I find handsome. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm speaking from a general point of view here.
He's bangable by all races.
Yes.
And most notably, or not most notably, but one of the more notable things that you see in terms of like the outlandishness of their outfits, you notice another furry looking humanoid with cat-like ears and a tail swaying behind him. Only he is not wearing armor. He is wearing something along the lines of more common clothes mixed with leather armor. He's got a very puffy looking shirt, I would assume, given the nature of his work, and likely some manner of hat that he, or bandana that he got from his former crew.
Shit, bandana. Thank you.
I would like Antoine, and then I would like you guys to go in this order. I would like Antoine, Fulladin, Gordon, or Scar, and Tulio to explain your character's looks and appearances. So Antoine, why don't you start us off? Waffle. You hear, bud? Your mic's lighting up, but it's not making any noise.
He might be
Oh.
dealing with something.
There he is. He's coming back.
Hello.
Hey, we were just getting around to introducing your character.
Yeah, the mobile patrol guy showed up.
You're fine. Would you like to
Sorry.
describe your character for the group?
Yes. So, my character, Antoine Delva. He is a human male, approximately 30. He has medium length black hair, just blue eyes, stands about 5'10", 103 pounds, so kind of on the lean side. Not quite like not like extremely skinny, but not, like really built. He is pretty unremarkable in terms of feet go. Where would I have just come from, Void?
You would have came from the mortician, basically where you work. As a mortician,
Okay.
you come from where you have been working with the bodies all day.
And then I would just be coming to like deliver a report or something.
Basically, just a body brought back from the last adventure. Your recent task was actually asked of you by Jalen, the head receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. She wanted you to determine the cause of death of a humanoid male, probably or accused of murder, thievery, among other things, in the Ivy Triangle, and who had been unfortunately killed during his by adventurers and mercenaries in their last bounty.
Right on. Okay.
And you would have come back with the information that he was in fact killed by the mercenaries using their weapons, just from the way that the scars on his body lined up, or
Yeah,
the gout,
the wounds and
the
such.
wounds. Yeah, you would have been
The
able
trauma.
to determine that what was available to the party, they were killed by the party.
Okay.
And when you got this, you looked for more work, and on this particular day, you were told that there is currently nothing for any new adventuring stuff. There's always going to be more bodies brought in, but you were feeling a little different today. You wanted to try and do something a little more out of the city and immerse, you know?
Yeah.
You just had this feeling like you wanted to do something different.
He speaks. All right. So in that case, if I'm coming more or less straight from the mortician, my theater, I would be still donning. I would be donning my vestments. So
Yep.
just clergy-ish robes, festooned with the ornamentation of the sun god Pelor. So very, lots of whites, blues, golds, colors. And no real sign of any armor or anything on his person, or weaponry on his person.
All right. Next up, we have Fulladin.
So he's, I don't know if age matters in the description, but
You say whatever you feel like saying about your character.
okay. He's about 5'10". He's got black fur, so he's more like a panther almost in terms of fur on there. He's got some short brown hair. He keeps it that way. He could grow longer, but being a mercenary background, he keeps it short. He's wearing chainmail, which I believe was already described.
Yep.
Has a backpack nearby with all his stuff in it. Yes. He's also snacking down on some cheese right now.
Fair enough. All right. Scar.
Alright, quick 2 things. Did you say I was sitting, or did you say I was like leaning and get like somewhere over
You
in
could
that
be
direction?
leaning or sitting,
Alright,
but it has to be somewhere close by to that direction.
Right, you would see myself leaning against the wall with like what looks to be like a decently sized backpack kind of strapped to my back. You're seeing a 3-foot creature in all black, even has a head wrap. The only thing you can see is this. You can only see
Oh,
the
you're
eyes.
3 foot?
Yeah,
Okay,
3
so
feet.
you're shorter than a dwarf. So
Yeah.
How tall are you, Millhouse?
Taller than him. Hooray! Someone else I can pick on.
He's shorter than you. All right, go ahead.
3 feet. You'll notice that I have blue eyes, kind of dark, almost like sapphire in color. You'll notice that I have kind of a darker brown eyebrows. You'll see a scar kind of starting like a little bit off to the side, about starting eye level, where on the right side of the face, going down. And if you look closely, you can actually see that my nose is broken and crooked to the side.
All right.
Question for you though.
Yeah.
Where did I just get back from?
Where would you have just gotten back from? What is it you've been doing in the city since the orphanage and stuff like that? You've obviously grown out.
Right, just trying to collect as much money as I can. I mean, if I'm doing like odd jobs and stuff like that, probably
How would
waiting.
you prefer to get money? Odd jobs or thievery?
Probably thievery.
Prostitution.
All right, make a sleight of
thievery.
hand.
How many fucking orphans we got in this party?
So you managed to were you going for anyone specific?
More of rich people than anything. You know, the ones that don't need it as much as the poor.
Regular old Robin Hood.
Buy your stocks now.
But with 3 times the edge.
You managed to snag. Let's see how many gold pieces you're able to snag. You were able to snag around 13 gold pieces
Oh, okay.
from a richer person.
Cool.
Just sitting in their back pocket. You very sneakily snagged a handful and pulled back. You didn't feel a wallet. All you felt was the gold. So you just you
Nice.
disappeared, and you got away with it. So add 13 gold if you haven't already.
Already did.
Awesome.
Alright, so I'm kind of just sitting there. You guys can't see my facial expression, but you can see I'm kind of like looking around the room, trying to like see who's there and keep an eye on people that might be an issue for me, and I might have to make a quick run.
If you came in looking for work, for an odd job from the front, she would have said that she currently doesn't have anything without, a party being available to you. And since you're more of like an alone kind of worker for the guild, in a way, like you're sort of on and off between thievery and the working for the guild. So when you came in asking for work, she's like, you need a party to sign up, and you were just like, yeah, I guess I can wait around for a little while the guards are still looking for me.
Yeah. So I'm like every so often I'm looking towards the main door and then looking towards my exit.
Right.
Do you want me to roll perception for that at all?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right.
You see guards passing by through the window. They don't look like they're acting like they're looking for you. But, you see the the one or two outside that seem to be looking for something. You can't really tell what. They're just outside trying to gather information, maybe. But they aren't coming in yet, so.
Alright then.
Tulio.
Right.
Miguel.
Were we all sitting together?
Yes, you are all in the staging area together. There's Scar leaning up, and then Antoine and Fullerton are sitting down.
And both of you two have been with the guild for some time. So, right, I've been with it for about a year. So we all kind of We know each other's faces.
You four have seen each other around Irevane. You are not familiar with each other, so to speak. You're more or less like you go here. You've seen that face before.
Scar would
Okay,
have given
that's an
Tulio a
adventure.
nod as he saw him and walked over.
Perfect. Right, so the red-haired tabaxi-looking motherfucker. So dark red fur with deep green modeling running throughout it. Almost mistaken for black until you actually get a close enough look in the bright light to see that it's deep dark green. He wears a black bandana with crimson stripes, which is a striking match to his crimson baldric, which runs from his right shoulder to his left hip, where a non-distinct saber hangs from it. He is currently wearing a puffy-sleeved red lace-up shirt, and over that is a leather jerkin-type armor that is obviously fit to his smaller stature, being 5'4". Really slight build, maybe 120 pounds. Glowing green eyes, not mystically glowing, but the way cat's eyes catch the light and reflect it back. He is standing there trying to put on an air of confidence and confidence. But looking closely at him, you can see that he is actually quite young. Maybe 18, just past adulthood. Do I notice the three? Do I notice the three entering the party hall?
Make a perception check.
Whatchamacallit?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to miss a giant golden dragonborn. And then the two people that are standing behind her or beside her, as she and the two people walking along beside her begin to stroll up towards you guys.
At seeing them walk up, I'd kind of like jerk my head to the side and look at them.
Hello, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior?
Are you talking to the short one?
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Okay, as he's doing this, I want to like push him back and be like,
Yeah.
So,
Hello,
casually
gentlemen.
just shoved to the side.
with all the swagger and graceful elegance that a catfolk can summon, I wish to approach the party. Setting up in a modified courtly bow type style, I will extend my right hand with left hand on sword hilt to the lady dragon. Tulio Mauskowitz, adventurer extraordinaire, at your service.
Oh, she takes your hand and shakes it, like, firmly shakes your hand. Says, sorry, I get to the plan.
What were you trying to do with that performance?
With swagger and confidence,
Oh,
he approaches the party.
yeah, you look pretty swaggy.
Excellent. Now, after the handshake, a big grin pops up on Tulio's face. How was my adventurer introduction? I've been working on it for a couple of weeks now. What do you think?
I grin back and give him a pat on the back, and I say, very good, very convincing.
He beams with pride, looking over at our masked friend. That's how you do it. Welcome. Please come join us.
My character casually pushes a cup off the table.
Yeah.
Oh boy, the cat shenanigans begin.
just fuck you.
Realistic thing in this game. Oh my.
I kind
You're
of
lucky
move.
the cup was wooden.
I kind of move deeper to the corner to kind of like be less noticed.
I wasn't that ball. Oh shit!
He's been waiting for 3 hours.
I love the half a second where everybody sat back. Like, I could totally see this happening.
Yeah, that totally did.
We all saw it.
Not even
I'm giving it to him because he sat here for 3 hours, okay?
I love it. I love it.
Anyways,
The cat shenanigans begin. Oh my.
you've been invited over to the table, guys. What do you do?
Are there enough chairs for us all to sit down, or is it
Yeah.
like a bench? Okay. I
Well, one of
climb
the
up
chairs
into a
has been
chair.
pulled away. You could see like the spot where the chair danced away from the table, but it's there's still enough chairs.
So I climb my way up into one and like wiggle hop it forward.
Yep. You do that.
I sit in the chair as well.
I will resume my seat at the table. You look, you folks look like you're ready to go on an adventure.
We do need more people together to, it seems, accept a quest.
Yes.
Help.
Most of the quests that have been coming through here, I've heard that adventuring parties of at least 5 is recommended, but I've seen some parties come back with less than 5. So I think 6 might be a good mix for what the guild is currently dealing with. We've had a rise in high risk missions.
She considers this and just sits there in thought for a minute before she says, "Yes, that sounds like a good number."
Excellent, excellent.
I facepalm quietly.
So, we should follow the formalities. Right. Introductions all around. You've already known my name, Tulio. Pleasure to meet you all. Extends hand towards my shy cat companion.
I say, hello, Tulio.
And I reach out to shake his hand.
The predator's glint in his eye, almost a cat seeing a mouse. Just kidding. I shall extend my hand and shake hands with the little gnome. Ah, gnomish folk. Haven't seen one of you in the city for a while. Not that you're any sort of people don't come here, it's just I don't get around much.
I was about to ask if that was going to turn into a short joke.
I would never on the first date. Hey. We've
my
known
name's,
each other entirely too short a time to make jokes.
My name is Melhouse. This here is Marius,
And I point back to Marius.
and I believe, sir, you already introduced yourself.
Yes, clan names, quite interesting. Foladin, don't be shy. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
My character stands up and walks over to the newcomers. First, I address the Dragonborn and I just say, "My name's Foladan Rainwillow." Yes, a funny name, I know. Anyway, I extend my paw, shake her hand, hoof, claw, whatever.
Firm shakes.
I give her a, half enthusiastic smile, but still polite.
Quite the grip on that one, huh?
She grins back very toothily.
And I just kind of walk up the mill house and pat him on the head.
Excuse you?
I reach up and I physically grasp his hand and shake it.
I shake it back with a smile on my face. And then I go over to the human, of course, and shake his hand.
My good sir, we haven't had your name. Looking at Marius.
My name is Marius. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Bahamut?
Oh my god.
I'd like to talk about our adventure,
Okay.
and may the gods bless us all.
Here, here.
Yes.
So, the member of our group that hasn't introduced himself turns a disapproving look, which is kind of comical given my young age and his apparent mystique, towards Scar. This one here is Scar.
I was just getting ready to say that.
Well, hurry up. I want to go adventuring.
Name's Scar. You don't need to know anything else about me.
He adventures, and he's still alive. Therefore he is. Sips drink.
He flips off Tulio when he's not looking and puts his hand back in his pocket.
Ears twitch. DM, would I have an idea of a mission that would be set for that would be good for the group, or should we reapproach the desk and get a random mission assigned?
Mr. Void?
Oh, sorry.
Misha Voicha.
What's up?
Would we have would I or any of us waiting have an idea of a mission that we wanted to go on, or should we reapproach the desk as a party of 6?
Reapproaching the desk seems wise because she didn't give you any information on any new quests, but she did say she would hold one if you guys found a party.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this out of character, and this is why I'm treating you like an idiot. Party of 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I didn't want to say it.
7.
I wasn't even looking at the numbers. Like,
Son
I
of a
even
bitch.
said it, and I agreed with it. Because,
This is why I just spoke to you
like.
This is why I just spoke to you like you had a learning problem.
I meant 7.
Well,
IR no count. I have an intelligence of negative 1.
Walked up to the group yet in character, so to be fair, you are still a party of 6.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
But Void, at this point, I'd be looking around the waiting room.
Okay.
Yeah, we are a
party
party
to
of 6.
join
Fuck
Or
off.
to approach.
Call me out. Call me dumb. We're still just 6 till he approaches.
Exactly.
What a dick.
So
He's
you want me to
literally just
roll
been
anything
introduced and
for-
included into this.
You want me to roll for looking for anything? Like perception or
Um,
something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. And you're
I mean,
looking around the waiting area
I'd be
for what?
primarily looking for, like a bunch of new faces since I'm a regular at
Yeah.
the guild, right?
Yeah.
A bunch of new faces would definitely stand out and be of interest.
Correct.
So
I could wear a giant golden exclamation point above my head.
And that's basically what you see as you look over, and then one of the first things you see is this bright, shimmery, metallic, golden scaled dragonborn in full chainmail, just standing there, a bunch of other fresh new faces that you've never seen before,
all right.
looking like they're talking about forming up on a party.
Raise an eyebrow and walk on up and say hello. Greetings,
All right.
adventurers. Greetings, adventurers.
Hi
Hello,
there.
adventurer.
I've seen you around.
In fact, he has, and as have you. You've seen actually 3 of the 6 faces that are currently in this little grouping right here. You've seen Fulladin, Scar, and Antoine. Or no, you are Antoine.
I am
Scar,
Antoine.
Fulladin, and Tulio all around this area of Irevane quite frequently. You know some of them have had work here before, and you know that some of them just, are locals around the city.
Question.
Just like him. Yes.
How long has Antoine been working here?
Antoine has been doing stuff for the guild, I'd say for a few months.
Okay, I've been here
Uh,
because I was gonna say I would have been here probably for the last 10 years.
Right. And
Oh, I've
how?
seen him
Wait, am
around,
I
but I don't
wrong?
remember his name.
Did we say longer than that?
I
Uh,
mean, hold on, let me double check my backstory here because
Yeah, double
I
check your
got
backstory.
myself at. I didn't set a rigid time because had forgotten.
Right.
But
What do you have? That's important.
So I said in my backstory, I joined Temple at 18, spent 12 years learning, a few years wandering, and then after a few years, I would have started making my way towards Bleak.
Okay.
So, and I'm
You've been-
34 right now, so that would have put me sometime in the last 8 years, I would have shown up to.
Yeah, so you guys know each other or have seen each other around. You've just never actually been introduced these past 8 years.
I mean, to be fair, if I don't see people, that's a good thing.
Yeah. So yeah, Scar, you're familiar with him. Antoine, you're familiar with Scar, and you're less familiar with the other two Tabaxi.
as you're walking over, I will like nod my head to you.
And I will nod my head back to you.
Oh. Here comes one of our seasoned adventurers. Can't recall his name at the moment, though.
Pepper.
I guess, yeah, okay. But I technically not an adventurer. I'm just a hanger on.
Yeah.
Since I don't really actually do any of the fighting, I just go. People die.
Hey guys, got any bodies?
Pretty much.
Bring out your dead.
Bring out your dead.
So I was telling a joke in the morgue. I told him, no, don't get up.
Oh dear.
Dude, he knocked him
God,
dead.
I see you found yourself a new party.
Yes, we were just discussing heading out on our next great adventure. On the trail we blaze.
God damn it! I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when.
Like
Well,
when I
if you
heard
don't mind.
Tulio, that's immediately my head went to that movie.
Oh yeah, as soon as I
Well,
saw it.
If you don't mind me tagging along, I've been itching to get out of this now for a while.
It's not just me anymore. We'll have to ask around the table.
Aye, Tulio.
Looking at the group, I'd adventure with this guy any day.
I fear I'm not much of a combatant, but I am more than happy to help you render any you kill for materials and then of course take care of you after the battles are. After all, I'd prefer not to see you on the table.
All right, why not add another one to the party?
It's just dark humor.
Larry the table guy.
He kind of just see me. I just kind of shrug.
Well, if it's settled, then you may all call me Antoine for those.
Antoine. Yes, that was your name. I'm sorry. We haven't really interacted much, but I have seen you around. This is, pointing over at Marius, this is our new friend Marius. Our new friend Millhouse. And our new friend Suri.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi,
It's
how's it
always
going?
nice to meet others of the cloth.
Cloth. We're all wearing clothes.
I just kind of stare blankly at you and gesture towards my vestment.
You all could probably hear the audible palming that I do to myself as I hear that.
My character just chuckles.
Ears twitch.
Sounded funnier than hell.
Oh, fantastic. If unless you'd like some refreshments, seeing as how we just got here, maybe some lunch, why don't we head over and announce ourselves to Jalen? She's a sweet lady. She's the head receptionist here.
I'm aware.
Well, I know you know that, but they just got here.
Yeah, we've already introduced ourselves.
But
She
not
told
as
us
a
to come here.
party.
True.
Excellent.
Is that what you're all doing?
I'm gonna start
Alright.
walking my way.
I offered
What
to
about
wait
everyone
around for
else?
lunch.
Yep, I will also step aside and let the rest of the party lead.
I will follow.
Okay. Everyone else?
Yep, I follow.
No, I'm asking everyone else. I'm waiting for a response from Marius, Surrey.
No, I said I was following.
Oh, okay, it didn't come through.
Oh.
Surrey?
Same.
Alright. Am I missing anyone's responses?
I was the
get up,
first
say
one
I'm
out the
ready.
door.
Okay. Fullerton?
I get up, say I'm ready to go.
So you all head over towards the front receptionist desk. There's a line, and she seems to be sort of like in the midst of apologizing to them and waving them off as they turn away without a quest. And she sees you all coming, and the next people in line are like getting
I'll
ready
start-
to come up. And
As we approach and she looks in our direction, I'll raise my hand and
I waited
wave it
line.
back and forth.
oh no, sweetie, that's. She's kind of looking to Surrey as she goes back to the line. You're fine. I was gonna let you come up.
Jalen, I found a whole party.
I know. I sent them over.
This is wonderful.
It is. So you all are banding together then?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
She's gonna smile at you all happily, and she's actually going to take a visible sigh of relief as she turns to the rest of the people at the door and she says, "Sorry, everyone, we won't be getting any new quests in for a little while. Come back within the next 2 hours, and we should have another few up on the board." You hear like groans and sighs of disappointment as these adventurers who are all gung ho to get adventures are now making their way over to the staging area, and some leaving out the front door to go back to the marketplace, and others just kicking stones outside the front door. Then she smiles and turns her radiant expression back over to you all. So, we're all banding together for the first quest. We should. She actually kind of moves as she's talking, and she steps out from behind the receptionist desk. We have a private room that we use to discuss meetings and stuff between the staff, but we're going to use it today to discuss what we're going to be giving you today. Is that all right?
Lead the way, lassie.
She will, with everyone's approval, reach up towards the board, grab the last quest flyer, and she'll be making her way out of the out of the way of the receptionist desk, and she will motion for you all to follow her towards the back, where there's a door between the stairs and her desk.
Is anybody else picking up the popping over the mic?
Yeah, for a second.
We have one on mobile, and they can't really help much of anything that comes through.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Is
on.
that-
I'm
is
on
that what
mobile
I-
still, so if stuff.
Is that what I sound like when I'm
my
in the
bad.
field?
Kinda, but not really. It's different for phone.
Well, yeah, I use the phone when I'm out in the field.
No, I mean different per phone.
Oh, okay.
That said, are you all following Jalen to the back room?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yup.
I'm following at the back of the group.
Alrighty. She lets you all in. She opens the door up for you. You all meander in inside, and there is in fact a small meeting room with a rectangular table in the center. Nicely lit candles all around the room, a very elven-looking chandelier overhead. Few portraits up of some famous adventurers who have passed through here before. Names that have been long passed down in the history of adventuring and adventurers here in Irevane. Some of you might know them, some of you may not. They're just common folk hero names now. But regardless, she takes a seat at the head of the table and she motions for you all to sit around, just surrounding them. At the surrounding chairs around the table. There are enough for all of you. But just enough.
I do the old wiggle hop and get back into another chair.
I sit in a chair as well.
I'll prop up next to the door. One boot on the wall.
Anyone else?
I'll go ahead and take a seat.
All right.
take a seat.
I kind of stand towards the back against the wall.
All right.
Where you
So
can
Take a
Jalen-
chair
the
and
door.
put it against the wall and then sit in it.
Sounds good. Jalen takes a moment to compose herself and kind of or her throat as she sets the paper down in front of her. I typically do these sort of quest reads outside at the receptionist desk. Typically because adventurers here are well-mannered and aren't likely to interfere with your quests in any way for the promise of reward money or gaining any benefits before you. But this one's a bit of a sensitive topic, which is why I needed a full party for it. What I'm about to tell you isn't exactly going to be easy to hear and or easy to get accomplished, but I do need it to get done sometime within the week or things are going to get really bloody.
Ears laid back. Tail slightly puffy.
What exactly did you have in mind?
Long ago, few decades at least, there was a woman who had a regular trade route from where we are now in Irevane back to her home in what is now known as Pinella Pass. Pinella Pass is relatively untouched land, but for those who are out there, it's primarily farmland. It's where more of the wheat comes in to be tilled, turned to ale, turned to bread, turned to all sorts of different applications of it. Back then, it was even more barren and held over by more monsters and creatures than more people. That situation has somewhat changed, though, you know, monsters accumulate by the day and their routes change all the time, and with the changing of habitats and the changing of the world, things change, is the point. In this particular scenario years ago, we had an ogre problem. The particular ogre in question that I talked about captured that woman, and we had lost track of her for months. My predecessor, my dear mother, or my dear, was it her mother or father? I actually have to double check that real quick. It's her mother. My dear mother was in charge of the guild before me, and she was the one who started putting up banners for her being missing. No one was able to find her within 10 months, and when we did manage to find her on the 11th, she was deceased. And all we could find near and with the orc that we know was that we were able to deduce was guilty of kidnapping her and what we once thought murdering her was a child.
What?
The
What?
child was a half ogre.
So she died in childbirth.
Correct.
Whoa.
Hmm. That's not
Most
unheard of.
No, it's not. Ogres do this rarely, but it's back then it was a little more frequent. Most half ogres that were killed, or most half ogres that were brought into the world were killed by what was the beginnings of the Griffin's Claw, mercenaries, adventurers, the like. They were considered creatures more than people. But many adventurers in this particular time period saw the child as an innocent youth and protested against the killing of him. The Griffin's Claw disagreed and wanted to see the child executed, just as seen as another monster. However, with the majority of the populace trying to give it a chance, at the behest of the adventurers and everything that they had done for them recently, we decided to allow him to live and be raised at the orphanage for a short time before being adopted and taken back out to Penella Pass under a new caretaker. They had actually bought the farmland that the previous owner, who was his mother, owned before them, and they grew up in that homestead. The parents passed a while ago, and this half-ogre that was once a child, now named Hearn, who has done trade with us in the past, has been alone and has been farming and has been working hard, from what we could tell, to maintain his way of life. That is until very recently. We have had reports that a humanoid matching his description of a very large build, a very misshapen face, large hands, and hunched back, has been assaulting people along the roads leading into and towards Penella Pass, and the people who have gone missing have not returned. We don't want to suspect that it's Hearn, as he has been on relatively good straits up until now, where he is considered a primary suspect merely based on his origin and his birth and his build. But it is unfortunate to note that half-ogres have a terrible, terrible tendency to relapse into their more brutish, murderous ways, as their fathers do, or as their sires do, be it mother or father in any typical scenario. So, our primary concern is finding the people first before confronting Hearn. However, given that we have no other leads as to where they might be, the Griffin's Claw, before handing this mission over to the Adventurers Guild to pass out as a quest, has given us the small information, or a decent amount of information regarding where they suspect they might have all ended up, which is in fact his homestead. That is where they've narrowed it down to. I'm not saying that's where they are, but it's, according to them, very likely. We don't know what's caused this sudden change in Hearn, and we don't know if he's guilty. What I want done in this particular scenario is to speak with Hearn if possible and see what's going on with him and deduce if he's unstable or relapsing into some sort of murderous tendency. However, what I want isn't entirely part of the equation, as the reward set on him by the Griffin's Claw is for his death, if he is found guilty. Typically, I would want him brought in, but given that he's already potentially hurt a numerous amount of people, we can't exactly allow him to stay without an execution. The contract is for 100 gold pieces each, divvied out between the 7 of you. And the time limit is within the week. Your job, as described to you now, is to travel to Penella Pass, search for the bodies if at all possible, or any signs of struggle. See if you can ascertain any information from any passers-by on the road. Travel to his homestead in Penella Pass and confront him, if necessary. We will be providing enough gold for you to charter a carriage, given that this is a very important mission, and we don't typically do this, but we can allow you to charter a carriage. This will be enough to rent one, mind you. If you would all like to buy one, you will have to take it up with the carriage people, and you can use this money to go towards that if you'd like. You won't owe the guild anything, it'll just be complimentary, given that this is your first quest. So take good care of the carriage if you do end up getting one. That said, I would suggest that you all leave as soon as possible and be as quiet about this in the city as possible. We don't want to start riling people up, as this is a rather sensitive topic for many people and residents in Irevane currently. Even the mention of his name, Hearn, is enough to spur quite a bit of heat in conversation.
Shall not be named.
Got it.
Any questions, comments, concerns?
Yes. Can you point me in the direction
Of what?
where I can go to buy some healing potions?
For that, you can head over to the Timber Steps. There's something of an apothecary there, and there is actually in the meadow, there's a clinic. Open clinic. They do give away some healing potions if asked. But you will have to purchase them, and they don't come by cheap.
Wait, you just said they would give.
I was wondering if someone was
Sorry,
going to
I
call
didn't
him on
mean
that.
give away, it's sell. They do
Indian
sell
giver.
some potion.
Oh no, I'm the one that deals with all the deals and shit in the other campaign. I'm gonna listen for that.
They do sell healing potions, but they are not cheap, so be aware of that.
Shouldn't be any more than 50 gold a potion.
My campaign, my rules.
Oh no,
I'm not allowed to make deals anymore.
Yeah.
Hi, Lasse. I do have one question for you.
Yes?
There have been no bodies recovered from any of the victims, no?
None have been recovered thus far. We have a list of people who have been taken. And
Have a
as
copy.
and a few descriptions of what they look like.
Have they discovered any of the sites taken?
What was your question?
Have they discovered any of the locations in which they were taken?
Mainly off the roads leading all around Penella Pass. It's rather scattered, actually. Almost just wherever. She kind of reaches for her map and she shows you all where Penella Pass is.
Okay. And what of the local clergy?
The clergy has mainly been troubled by this, and they've been trying to petition people to sign up for this quest. But there's so much going on everywhere else, like in Waldstone, we're having creature problems. New Garzna's having some trouble with thieves and bandits, and there are other places here that are struggling to get by, but Penella Pass is relatively untouched by all of them, and not many people know the trade route when they're adventurers. There are not many quests that go out to Penella Pass, as it is a relatively quiet place in the country. But most of the attacks happen here on the main road, she points out, and closer towards here. And the last reported attack was around here. That mark right there on the map is where the homestead is. It is just off the main road.
You kind of just hear a cough come up from Scar,
Oh, that
trying
was
to get attention.
Jalen kind of looks back over at Scar.
Does it seem like all the attacks and the disappearings seem to have his home in the center of where they all happen?
It's pretty close.
Well,
That's why the Griffin's Claw suspect it.
I guess we should be looking around the area first before we go looking at the house right away. That could go badly if there's more ogres hiding out in a cave somewhere.
It's early morning. If you all gotta start soon, you might be able to make it out there by the afternoon. And if you plan to question folks around there, I would say it would take you, depending on how fastly and how in detail you get, you could probably take up to the most of the afternoon into the evening or all night if you really wanted to get into depth with it. But I've given you all the information that I have at my disposal currently. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Would you mind if I looked over the dossier quick?
She reaches down into her bag at her side, and she pulls out the dossier involving the list of names and the people who are missing.
I proceed to scrawl a quick copy of it.
I'd like a copy of the names and descriptions.
She leaves it out on the table for everybody to look at generally.
During the entire conversation, you would have seen Scar writing down in a black leather journal.
As long as someone knows the names and descriptions.
Yeah.
The name...
I'd also take a look at that.
How do you spell Hearn, by the way?
Hearn?
Yeah.
It's actually written up towards on this dossier as well. It is H-U-R-N.
Oh, perfect. I spelled it correctly then.
H-E-R-M.
H-U-R-N as in Nick.
Tell me you watched that before.
I have not, but it looks funny.
Okay.
So, the first name, for those of you who are wondering, it is... Kono Slateroot. She is described as a human, dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes. She's often wearing a smock because she is a carpenter. Who helps build the farms out there. Her most notable piece of identifying her equipment would be her holy symbol dedicated to which one are we gonna do today? Known or her symbol of Palor.
And
Can you?
Kono is one of the ones we're looking for.
Correct. One of the missing people. One of the three.
Nick, I do apologize. Can you restate what she looks like again?
Dark hair. I would say it's long, kind of going towards her back. Dark eyes. Dark skin.
She's dark.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. The second person who's described as missing is Enos Starkin, a human male. He has tannish skin, blue eyes, red hair, like really scarlet red hair. Very easy to identify. He is often wearing overhauls, farming equipment, farming gear. He is a farmer.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum.
I like that. Yep. The last person who's gone missing was an elf.
That's it?
Nope, I'm getting the name right now.
Oh. I was like, just an elf? That's it?
His name was Vermyar.
I just don't want him to get
Nah.
He was described as a fair-skinned, long-eared high elf with bluish, kind of greenish eyes, somewhere in between there. Very fair, very smooth skin, and the most notable feature about him was his signet ring, which was silver and had a bunch of like golden vines and twirls running throughout the band, leading up to the rose-like symbol on his finger. And Hearn, as you all have been as you've all been told, is a half ogre with a hunchback, large hands, misshapen face, and a that's really about it. All you know is that he is a farmer that lives out in Pinella Pass. And that's all the information she has.
Well, I'm excited.
Yeah, we
And
get to
together
rent a
eagerly.
wagon. You know how many camping supplies we can hold in there?
It is quite a numerous amount, if you buy the right wagon.
You know how much beer you could fit in there?
Draggy
Well,
ice.
We said that. Beer. I like your style.
Back here to be a beer mancer.
It's like
All
a
right.
waterbender, but with booze.
Oh my god, yes. All right. If you all have any other questions, now's the time. Otherwise, I believe you are all set.
One with the hops.
Anyone have any last minute questions?
I believe
Any
I'm
last
fine.
words?
Nope. I think that's about it.
All right.
What
Well-
happened to all the simple missions of go here, kill this? I miss those ones.
Bring me the skins of 17 boars.
Deal.
That makes
Thanks,
you wonder,
Jalen.
why do boars
Been
not
helpful as
have
always.
skins? I killed a boar,
Because
but it
they're
didn't have
hiding.
skin.
It is fortunate that I found you on. My expertise may be required.
Hey, Void, can I make a request?
I guess it depends, considering you're not in the campaign.
I know, it's just for humor factor.
Okay.
There needs to be a quest at one point to have them deliver something to the guy across the street.
Okay.
Or pick up flowers that are like literally in their front yard.
You got it.
Why do I
Here's the
feel-
gold to take this flight master to talk to this guy. He's going to give you gold to fly back and talk to me.
Yeah, just one of those like never-ending chain quests where it's like, hey, go do this for me. And that person's like, I can't do that right now, but if you do this for me, I can make the time. And just do that like 11 or 12 times, and then just have us backtrack all back to the beginning again.
That's a great way to piss some people off.
We shall call it one small favor.
God fucking damn it.
Are we done for the night, or?
It depends on you guys. I can
What?
push you guys on this quest now, or you guys can do it tomorrow or next Sunday.
It's only
I got
10
about
o'clock.
15 minutes left here before I have to sign off from work here. Then I got about like a 40-minute, a 30 to 40-minute trip back home. So
I'm cool with calling it here for the night.
I'm cool with
I was gonna
whatever.
say I'm cool with ending
It just feels like a
or
good
whatever.
point if we are going to stop anytime soon, rather than starting something that we get into.
Is there any role play we're gonna? Anybody got role play they want to do to get potions, wagons, equipment before we head
Yeah,
out?
that
Or
would
can
be
we
a good
pick
thing
up?
to do before you go next session.
I want to shake my little gnome ass for some potions.
Yes. So next session we can just
you butt
follow
sort of
that
a gnome.
trail.
I figured that one was coming.
I'm not sure what I started with in terms of cash.
Oh, you didn't roll for cash?
I don't think I did.
What are you again? You're a paladin?
Yeah.
It's like 5d4 times 10, something like that, right?
5d6 times 10.
I was gonna say, what is he?
I'd be a broke bitch. I got 10 gold.
What are you?
And did you say 5d6? It would be 5d4, sir.
No, it's 5d6.
For him?
Uh,
Everything.
Oh wait, no, that's Pathfinder.
Yeah, everything I'm
Whoops.
looking at is 5d4 if he is
Yeah,
like.
it's 5d4 times 6. So roll 5d4, and then we can multiply it from there.
Well, it depends on what he is as a class, because some of them are different.
He's a paladin.
5d4 times 4. Times 10. Sorry.
10?
Yep, times 10. Go ahead.
To do it 10 times?
Jesus,
No,
paladins
no,
are
no,
rich bitches.
5d4.
Just roll 5d4.
Here's the plan. I'm
15.
just gonna keep re-rolling and suiciding
You have
paladins.
150 gold.
Yep,
150? Okay.
Yep.
150. Alright. So if we're calling it there, or well, actually, roleplay real quick. Anyone going out buying some stuff?
Yeah, my character is definitely gonna go out and get some healing potions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go out and get a couple of healing potions.
Yep. I will, Lisa, if it's okay, would you want me to just let you go follow the party for right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jalen gives you all a bow of her head. thank you very much for taking this mission. It means a lot to me and a lot to the people of Irevane. We're hoping for your swift return and your good health.
Me too.
Be safe.
Yeah.
She bows her head and gives you all a smile and a wave.
Thank you.
I shall go inform the rest of the lads back in the meadow about my imminent departure for the time being. Please be a dear and inform the town guard my services that shall be hopefully.
Pile up your dead.
Can we just attach some wheels to a coffin and use that as a wagon?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys want to all go out and be spending on potions right now. I mean, oh, right. Before you go, Jalen's actually going to stop the most responsible one looking out of you, and that is Surrey. He's
Yeah.
going to stop Surrey, and she is going to stop Surrey, and she is going to reach into her bag, and she's going to hand you a little bag of
What were we rolling for?
Oh, Tulio? No, he's rolling for gold.
I never rolled for gold either. I'm not sure what.
your paladin 5d4 times 10.
Yeah.
Times 10?
Yep.
Times 10.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
Just
saying.
roll it at a 0.
140.
Bitch.
Who else doesn't have gold?
Me, but that's for reasons.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's for reason.
I already rolled mine, so I'm
Good.
good.
That's
So,
why I only have 10 gold. I just have my sage gold.
you guys, or she's going to hand you a bag of gold, Surrey,
Okay.
and it is about 50 gold pieces in there.
Alright.
And she's going to tie it up with a little ribbon with the guild crest on it, which looks like a blooming, fiery flower.
Is GP gold?
Yes,
I forgot.
gold
Okay.
pieces. This
I've updated my sheet.
Would I notice the symbol?
Yeah.
I want to make sure because I want to have stuff written down.
Okay. So she motions to this. This should be enough to rent you a carriage. If you are looking to purchase a carriage, it's another 50 gold.
Okay. Thank you.
If you're looking to buy horses, on the other hand, this will be able to afford you one draft horse, and it will be 2/3 of what you need for a riding horse.
I think a
Jalen.
carrot will do fine. That way everyone gets a ride.
You are
Jalen.
still going to need a
I was going to say you still need horses for the
You're
carriage.
still going to need horses for the carriage, but this will get you either halfway towards the carriage or
Jalen.
yes.
It's just like your camp.
Are there any wagon and horse horses for hire that are friendly to the guild and would give us
Ooh.
guild rates?
Or friendly to Bahamut, the Temple of Bahamut.
Nothing specifically to the Temple of Bahamut here because, you know, we're neutral. We worship several of the, if not all of the accepted deities. However, there are some horsemen and carriage riders out there who might be willing to lend you a ride if you ask politely.
Well, that sounds good.
And I'm not sure how their rates go. They might charge you per head or per direction and distance you have to travel.
Alright, well, hopefully, since it's not too terribly far. We'll just ask for the travel to the area and not mention why.
Fair enough. That would be wise. Then again, if you guys are planning to go in and out very often, it might be cheaper to just saddle down and get a horse and a carriage. Maybe 2 horses if you're feeling like you want to go a bit smoother down the roads.
Let's
Hint,
see if we
hint.
can get a payday before we start buying. Before we start collectively buying property.
I agree.
That would be also good. But for right now, I suppose the renting idea isn't too bad. You should find, if you check over towards the easternmost gate near the Ivy Triangle, there should be carriage riders preparing to set off from there. You could also likely find them at the meadow if the Ivy Triangle isn't exactly your neck of the woods.
Alright, thank you very much.
No problem.
I might try the meadow first.
Go right ahead. It's closer to where you need to go for the clinic anyhow.
Thank you so much.
Of course. My pleasure.
Let us
If
know
you're
if there's anything else.
if you're headed for the clinic, follow me. I'll show.
Alright.
Follow Orakiki, he know the way.
With that, I'm going to hop off of here and go food because I'm about to starve.
Okay. We will get back to buying your guys or renting your guys' carriage and getting on with the clinic stuff and the adventure next session.
Sounds good.
For right now,
Now, are you guys switching over to 11 after this? Was tonight the only one at 9, or what?
I think we're
yeah. Are we staying at 9?
I'm cool with staying at
Yeah,
9.
I'm staying. I'm
Yeah,
cool with it.
nine's better for me because I have to be awake at
Yeah,
6
I'm
a.m.
cool with it too. I mean,
And it's
I'm
probably
I'm
better
at work
for Zeke
right
to do
now.
on days that he's
but-
out in the field.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm at work right now, but again, I work 2 to 10, and we start at 6 my time.
All right.
So
So
the only conflict with me would be if we go past like right about now, I'd be having to come back in like an.
cool. Are you guys all, or how are you guys liking it so far?
I like it.
That's good.
yes.
Sorry if I seem a bit distracted. Tabitha's texting me.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, no worries. Session
Tabitha.
0, always a bit wordy, but that's to be expected.
Well,
I
actually, this is
enjoy a
session
good-
1. Session 0 is
Character
pretty
creation.
much done.
Quote unquote Session 0.
Yeah,
Introductions.
it's an introductory phase, but this is session 1. You guys
Oh.
are starting off on your first adventure.
Right. And on that note, I'm going to close out my stream. Give me just a moment.
FYI, today.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed, and we will be doing this again same time next Sunday. Hope to see you guys there, and for all of you on YouTube when you're watching this, hope you guys enjoy. If you have any questions or any comments, leave them in the comment boxes down below, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.